Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me right now? After billions of years, I made it back basically to the Aero stream. So, welcome to another week and also to the last week for the A-roll. I would say week 15. Best conversation of the day, right? Yeah, I'm actually basically talking to myself. No, actually, Kelan also will join in, but as usual, can I say as usual? Because for those who know, when he's casting on Monday, he's still on work. So it's been 10 to 15 minutes later, he will join in. But hey, at least I will be here for you. So maybe this is the better part. I'm not sure, but I'm so excited for it. Because so many stuff happened and we have so many time to talk about it. I mean, also reflect the break from last week. Rico talked a couple of minutes about all those spoilers that came out and about everything else. Oh, this is amazing. I'd like to join. I'm still on the main account. All right. So, guys, you will never know who is typing and who is not typing. But basically, right, let me get set up. But I've realized when I'm putting on my webcam, actually on A.W.O.L, it's getting brighter. I don't know why, but now you can see my TV screen in the background. Maybe I will close the window so that we can at least see a little bit more, you know. But anyway, I mean, there are so many things that we could start to talk up right now, but I would say if I would start with something directly, I mean just go in. So as you can see, it's still hold on, I need to all right, we got it here. And now hold on a second. Okay, we got it. So basically, look at this, guys. I make it a little bit smaller so we can read it. So as you may be read it through Discord or through whatever, it got just posted. The A.W.O.L and also Equinox just getting good friends and working together, and to celebrate that, the Wrestlers from the Maze Demo Deck online tournament will happen on Board Games Arena on this Sunday. And it was funny because Simon was like, hey, talk about it. I was checking any news from that on. I mean, it also got released on May 19th. Okay, it got released today. But I mean, hey, you don't have all the time to read it out yes, but maybe you can just help me get into this first type of what this is, because I actually just open it and it seems pretty awesome. So I would just read it. To celebrate the release Whispers from the Maze, Equinox is organizing a demo deck tournament in partnership with the A.W.O.L, the thing here, right, on Board Games Arena. This tournament will take place on Sunday, May 25. So actually after the Invitational. So this would be a great long weekend in general, right? So we have still a lot of series going on, and then on Saturday the Invitational, and then on Sunday this event. But I mean, it's awesome, right? Awesome alternate weekend, and it's open to all players, and the tournament rewards will be 20 Whispers from the Maze promo boosters, and reward given to the best player of each faction. In total, 6 players with each walk away with 20 Whispers from the Maze promo boosters and 6 Whisper from the Maze boosters. I mean, I mean, guys, that's a lot. 20 promo boosters. Oh my goodness. So to register, you go simply just click on this Board Game Arena link. I mean, wait, hold on. And the top rebate on, so you can participate from anywhere. Make sure to create a Board Game Arena account. Open this Thursday, Discord and social media. So it will be posted. All right. So you have enough time to figuring out if you can make it or if you can make it not. And you have this log in on your Board Games Arena page, and we can see here's best of run. It's like eight Swiss rounds. Oh boy, that's a lot of rounds, and it's going until 12 a.m. All right. And hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to everyone in the chat. It's just like so many information. So basically, this is like all the infos. And you know, if you want to read it like for yourself, and you're thinking like, hey, maybe me, Pandy, missed something. You can just like share this link. Also, you can share this link like, you know, or like this news in general, like with some friends that never played like before, because you can choose like the demo decks for free. You can just like play there for free and then maybe win something. And it's like a fact right now, because I remember like a bigger discussion about like online game versus like real life play, that like the online platform or just like the online tournament series and also play in general don't need to hide for something. And I actually love it that Equinox starts to just like work together with AWO in general, so that we have this bigger event happening. And I mean, to start with that, also continuing like with the fact that also like some world qualifiers will be held on Board Games Arena, I think it's like totally amazing, because let's see how far this work goes. I'm hoping like at some point maybe some tournaments that also being allowed to happening online, because I still know like countries that's basically here in Europe. I'm looking to use Switzerland, but maybe Kelan could talk about it a little bit more. That actually just don't have like any store near. And there's like many reasons for that, but with that is just that, I mean, we can just like take a look to the deck. So we have the Sabash and Marmor deck. I'm not sure, can we like watch the list? Oh no, maybe when it's like opened, right, we can see the demo decks. But then you can play Azadi. All right, that's interesting. Then you can play Nevanka and Plotch with the Puppet Master. Then you can play Tisha. Actually, guys, I know what I would play, but I'm seeing that like, hold on, you cannot see me good on cam. Wait, hold on a second. So now it's better. Okay, now you can see me a little bit better. I'm so sorry. Long time being on another cast. And then we got Gulrang. Okay, that's crazy. And at the end we got Akisha and Taru. So some replacements like from the first set. So here it was Sierra. For Bravos it was Kocho. For Sigisma, for Sigisma it was Sigisma. Basically, no, it was for others it was Sigisma. So yeah, just check it out. Check out the whole thing. Stream will be hosted on Caleb. Oh, that's amazing, on Twitch, and also the Team AWO stream where I can I share this? Yeah, of course I can share this. Who will stop me? So I will be part of this stream. I cannot tell you how long you need to watch me. But there will be some time that I will be featured. But then I realized, how do I get those? I also want to participate with that. But hey, streaming is... No, you cannot share this. Okay, yeah. I've did... On yet? You didn't decide? I mean, there are like some other messages I've got, but who will stop me? I mean, basically, it's a win-win. I can either cast, or if I'm getting kicked out, then I can play. You always need to know, guys. No. Just kidding. But I'm already excited for this, and I'm happy to announce that on the stream as well. So the tournament already, as you can see, started. Cole is trolling your panty. Yeah, I know, because oh right, hold on, the game already started. But there's so much to... I should start earlier with that. But anyway, Cole is trolling me. Yeah, that is not cool. But jokes besides, we can just like start to go into a game, and as long I'm alone, you know what, Cole? You trolled me, and I will curse you live on stream with the cast curse. So we can jump to the table, Robbie and K by my name, and we can see actually amazing. Hold on, is everything? Oh wait, something is miss. Now everything's set up. I don't touch anything anymore. So let's go with the Sierra against Auroch and Kibble. Actually interesting, Cole is starting to play like... Oh, you cannot say guys, because I'm alone now. I need to rate for someone, but actually interesting. So Cole, being member of the AQC, refused to play Siki. I can told you that. K by name, I don't know yet something. Expect like the thing that this is like a cute profile picture. But as you can see, it we're getting like a start off with Tanuki. Therefore, we saw the Will-O-Wisp and the Jian that played out. So right now, Cole needs to play the Tanuki on the Hero Expedition. I mean, like in general, with Auroch playing with all those zero stats, like the most zero stats, beside the fact that actually a Will-O-Wisp has like the water region type, actually just like belonging on this water region type. So sometimes it's getting hard for Auroch. I mean, you have some resources, you have some cards like a general that could help out, like the gloves and some other stuff, but in general, I would say this is like like the coolest raid to play against her. I mean, to compensate that, it's just like sometimes hard for a Zero to actually also go like to a specific region. But as we can see now, the Snowball Commander will play out, so it seems like a double progression for now. Okay. I will stop to eat my gummy bears now because, guys, I need to prepare. All jokes going away. I need to prepare for being a professional caster. So, wait. Focus. Okay. Car basically being able to double progress. And I mean, those region types are looking so good on the expeditions. It's still also both of them could easily be played out if you're not like getting sabotaged. So there would be like the first counter for Cole on our aura. That would be nice. Zero potentially also getting stronger in the mid to the late game. I don't know which this is actually running, but if there's like a press archive, right? Or something else, then it's just like easily also for our Zero to actually just like getting a turn back for this game. And do you have 3 cost permanence? That you cannot read the chat, guys, but now we have the new info about the deck. Zero got 12 3 cost permanence for that. But for now, it seems like actually really, really good for Code. I mean, there's still like the hooked that I actually start to love even more and more, especially like in Extreme types. Also because of the fact every time I see it like in the NUC getting played, different story. So, but actually deciding, to play the Hafer out of hand, being able to progress now, so also the Sierra through the missing type of like the water region, and now easily could just like play the Tanuki or also the Snowball Commando. I mean, for now on like with the 4 mana, there are like still plenty of options for our Sierra, just like to play another sheep version. So right now Cole could play the Tanuki and also could potentially just like take a rare chance of actually discarding the hook by sabotage if there's like a dice with +4 or more. But on the other hand, it's also just like the fact that he will play the Tanuki, it's good resource wisely, but if this will not work and it's not working, then our Zero right now just got the chance to play out the hooked, just like hooked any character away. I would actually prefer to hook down the Tanuki over to the hero side, just of the pure fact that you have the expedition of the planned expedition of the planned region right here. So right now it's actually just like a good decision putting into the hero side. So our AWOL needs to do that again. But at the end, it's just like a decision. I mean, there's still got like mana left, but yeah, the hook will be played down, and the Tanuki is just like getting moved to the hero side. I mean, let's see what AWOL actually getting. And Loki, you go. Nice that you joined in the stream. It's good. Also, for like the AWOL stuff that it's watching, I hope it was okay. Somehow I'm just like hoping that I didn't just like use like this premiere function for the Sunday stream, because I needed to click on something that the stream has started, and I hope I didn't destroy anything. I mean, it was not my fault. It was my twin. just like in that case. So it's getting closer and closer. I mean, it's just like one expeditioner that Cole is actually hit. It was totally fine to talk about it. Oh no, I mean, you know me, Simon. I'm I'm talking about stuff now. And there was like a premiere, like on the channel in general, and I needed to cast over this premiere or something like that, because then otherwise the stream wouldn't just like started. So I hope I didn't just like use the premiere function. That was my question. If I didn't use like this premiere that you set up. Yeah, it was just like YouTube told me, yeah, I'm sorry, but I think maybe you can't do it, because I was like actually told that I need to go to this specific dashboard because there's already a stream planned and you cannot stream twice. Haven't approved Panty's casting yet. I mean, guys, you can beef for me. It's okay. But please with a YouTube video so I can see it. No, talking about that, Ricity Mind. Oh, that is amazing. So we read the top 4 cards of your deck and choose up to 2 characters from these cards and put them into your expedition. And if there's like belonging big stuff right now, this is looking good. Okay, discarding 2 of them. And yeah, as I said, you have the Kaibara, the big whale, and would be just like funny if there's just like another, but okay. Alright. It's just like the Nigella. Just like the Nigella, guys. It's all good. And as we can see, the Martingale just like coming up from that out to that to resupply. But I thought that oh no, it was just like a change, yeah. And we see it again, and I would say that actually, yeah, it should be. Oh, okay. Using the front row mechanic. Oh yeah, I mean. It's like not a closed weekly. It's just like a not open chat tournament for BGA. So you can only actually joining in by the invitation link that you're getting on the AWOL Discord, or like on any other Discord that Starshine Simon is posting it. Yeah. That's the short version. And oh, we see the Bill. Okay, so now the A.W.O.L Zero question, you have to be in the Discord. Oh yeah, that's true. But you also can get like I mean on the official like other TCG if you go to the GT event. And all the links are here, yeah. But I can also post the Discord again right now here in. Hold on, I can put it to you. Here. And now I'm reading you're already in Discord. All right, but hey, no problem. Aged potato. Okay, so like with this Kaibara in combination with any card, and also just like relying on really good expeditions in general. And this seems like pretty hard for our zero right now to just like go through that. I mean, there's still like okay, the Arcolano milk. I mean, it's just like a good start. But K by name just like said, "Are you kidding me?" And I mean, drink more milk. I'm also drinking like the Müllermilch. Maybe I should read it out like someone who's not German would say like Müllermilch. Müllermilch. So you believe me, guys? I'm not German. Oh, okay, good. All right.
Hello.
Oh, who is here?
Is the Kelan guy once again joining in to be the backup player to the wonderful Pandy Andy broadcast that we all know and love?
Oh, hey. Nice that you joined in. Welcome. Amazing.
Alrighty, jumping into the tournament now. What's going on, Pandy?
I mean, we're seeing Cole actually not getting cursed by the stream and actually winning. I mean, the game is not finished yet, so there's like a high chance that Cole still could lose it, right? And yeah, and also there were like new news got uploaded, like the A.W.O.L X Equinox tournament.
Yes, I heard about this as well. My understanding is it's pre-constructed decks with a dedicated hero per faction. Looks pretty cool and exciting stuff with the new cards.
Yeah, we already talked about it, and I just realized that it's going like from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. like a whole day.
Yeah, almost. It's going to be really exciting. It's a really big event, guys, as well. Lots of promo packs available, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
All right, so you said we're in Kohlrabi against K by any name?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, I mean, you've probably already it, but this match is particularly cool. Both of these players, people who have been featured on Hero's Guide to Isgartha podcast on Spotify, actually. Yeah.
Now I know why I named K by name. Now I know this. Now I've realized why I actually know the name.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's shout out to those guys from Hero's Guide. I mean, I think the other two people who've also been on some podcasts of theirs are both here in the commentators booth. So so guys, definitely worth checking out both. All of these interviews. They're really fun. Lots of passion for Altered going through from there.
I mean, now sitting here also playing is the Fantastic Four of Hero of Isgartha, featured guest.
That's awesome. And wow, I'm just looking into the game now. Kohlrabi is doing an excellent job. Very impressive so far.
Yes. It's just like amazing that I'm firstly seeing like an Aurok in general actually winning. But it's also, when I leave the expedition, great turn for your throat. Oh, it's still not the end?
I guess not.
I take everything back. When I say we're cursing Cole, then we're doing it.
Wow, yeah, okay. K by any name, still alive here. Barely.
Yes, totally.
Cole not having a character with cost 2 or less to play. With that sort of thought, like maybe there's something in hand there that's just unplayable at that cost, like maybe something like a Kaibara or something, which is just soaking up, waiting for the mana, but otherwise unplayable still. But yeah, very surprising there that Cole was not able to win that turn. I guess mechanical training, Brassbug Hive was barely enough to stabilize a little bit. So now actually Kohlrabi is also at threat of potentially losing if K by any name finds a double advance here.
Yeah. And actually, I just realized that the Sinbin has the ability of when I leave the expedition zone, your mate discard target permanent.
It's a cool one. It's funny because at first it's like you see a Sandman and then it doesn't win the game in a spot like that for a unique, and you're like, what just happened? But it does indeed actually have a very valuable effect. I think a lot of people as well are really scared of what's going to be coming up from a bunch of different decks actually, as far as permanents are concerned, especially going into the new set that will be coming out soon. And for that reason, I definitely think it's very reasonable to expect some permanent hate uniques.
Yes. totally agreeing on that with the upcoming set. But right now, I mean, oh, what is this? Your cloth. Does each character controlled by target player get hitting? Cole, why we didn't know that you have a unique like that?
This one's pretty nice. 3-mana Cloth Dancers with that effect in
Yeah.
general are pretty reasonable, but especially coming with the Sabotage as well. Ooh, it's a juicy one.
So, Cole, you need to explain something. I didn't see those on the AQC vault. Getting shared. All right. So, okay, we just like see the can work again. So it's either like the AWOL Zero Bastion or just like the other Lovelace that could be played out again because you don't read what I say. And maybe this could be also a reason, but you should focusing on gameplay. I mean, right now. Oh, he's passing. So right now, it's just like any card that has like a water region type of like above 3, right? And okay, just like the robot. And oh, I mean the press archive would help.
Yeah, it's just it won't be in play right now at least, so it's still not enough so far. It's going to need a lot of work from this remaining 3 mana. Whatever this one card is in K by Any Name's hand has to be excellent here, and even then might just lose to whatever Cole has in hand.
Yeah, and oh, the Inari, it's and Cole passed actually, but can giving up characters at least fleeting.
What does Cole have in hand? Oh my goodness! What 5 mana, nothing to play.
What do you think it could be? Could it be like it should be like a big cost card, right?
It has to be like a Kaibara or something. Maybe a Hydrocana.
Yes.
Oh, that's very bizarre though. I'm very surprised. And also, it's this is now looking really good for Sierra because, especially for Aurak not having the hero ability now to whip a card off the top of the deck and hope it's a good one, that won't be a factor here. Yeah, I mean, Brassbug Hive, it's possible that would do it on its own, especially if one of the cards that's drawn from Sierra is something like a mechanical training at this spot. That would be huge.
Yes. Good. And right now, I mean, still for the Sierra, it's like a good spot because laying down maybe on 8, also like on 9 mana, if Sierra decides to actually spend those. It's still like the Press Hive that with the combination of like the hero ability creating 2 robots. And so this would be like a strong move now. And also, sadly, I mean, we still got like the Lero Cloth Dancer here, right? But beside the Cloth Dancer, there are like not that many cards in general, like for hero in general, but also like playing on Aurak that is just like taking care of the water region type. It's just like, okay, you can play right now the Cloth Dance on hero side, but then you don't have like any blockers for the region type that actually Zero is looking for. So this will be so interesting right now how this will end. But it seems for me like this could potentially like a win for someone, or just like a tiebreaker. And I mean, Zero looking good for that tiebreaker with the Press Archive in game.
Assuming it does go to a tiebreaker, this instead of being like a win for K by Any Name here, I think it's actually could be a really strong battle because chances are Kohlrabi will have the Aurak hero ability active by then, so there could be something really special getting played off the top, or it could be nothing. But as it stands, this Lyra Cloth Dancer doesn't actually contest the opposing expedition on the hero side. Does do a good job of threatening to advance itself, but needs to do some more work here.
Yeah, totally agreeing with that. So right now we will see the Lyra Cloth and like anything for like 1 mana. I mean, right now the front row mechanic already got like played twice. I think it would be just like sneaky if there's like still a third front row mechanic placing on the hero side, so actually just like running by the okay, but it's the frozen delivery, and you can use the GM to actually just like create an additional robot. That is good.
Yeah, the GN's a good hit there from a frozen delivery. Yeah, definitely. So like, now it needs more than just this Hathor, I believe.
And, no. All right. But I mean, it's just like luck now. And whoo! Oh,
but I think that that Snowball Commando also maybe shouldn't have been played on the companion side. Uh,
Maybe on the hero side, right? Could
exactly.
be.
It's not adding any stat suits to Cole's own threatened progression here. But
Mm.
you never know. It's possible that whatever's left in hand for the Aurak is threatening to contest on the mountain stat line there, or forest and mountain. But I can't imagine. I don't know what card would look like that. So,
This is a good question.
but I don't think there's going to be a punish regardless here. I have a
Yeah.
feeling we're going to be going to a tiebreaker arena here, and it's going to be a really exciting one. I'm liking. Oh,
Ooh.
no, it's still will progress on that companion side.
Still,
Man, that's close. Oh,
that
could it
is
have
close.
been break the ice on previous turns that was sitting in hand? I wonder.
Ah.
Regardless, the tiebreaker is going to be really interesting here, and it's going to primarily come down to whatever card comes off the top from Aurak, I believe.
Yeah.
Largely because at this point, the setup for K by any name is really fantastic. Not only with that GN in reserve, but also a frozen delivery to potentially make additional use of the Ouroboros Brassbug Hive setup. So not only will the brass bugs be large, but there will be an extra one at noon. So Cole definitely has his work cut out for him, but something like a gigantic Kaibara could be huge here.
Here goes for the gamble. All right, that's true.
Let's see what he
can now
hits.
spend. Oh man.
It's Shenlong.
Oh, all right.
That's sort of a hit. That is actually sort of a hit.
It's Shenlong without any text. It's a special card.
I think that Shenlong might be the worst of the really good hits that keeps Cole alive here, at least.
Yes.
From what we see already, I think that that K by any name will likely be just a little bit ahead in stats, but depending on whatever cards are left in Aurak's hand as well, it could be enough. It's super close, but yeah, Shenlong definitely a necessary hit at this point.
All right. Ooh, the Slater friend to just like play out the Snowball Commando again. And place down and Lyra Chronica. So we actually know it's like
we know
12,
all
8,
of Cole's cards
15,
now.
13. So it would be like a 15, 16, and 14 total stats for Cole right now. If I did the correct math, guys, okay? So good stats, but those are like still stats that actually Sierra can actually get through it really, really good in general.
This is tough but doable. I'm wondering how this Snowball Commando is going to be played around by either or both players at this point. Oh, another Hive.
That is crazy. I mean, the Snowball Commando could be played out right now, but then there is like the chance that if he dies is not on the luck side for Cole, that actually just like Cole would start to sabotage his own reserve and also just like his own stats. But right now, if there's like any other roboter that's actually just like getting out now,
Yep, I like the sequencing from Cole as well, recognizing that the frozen delivery with the Ouroboros Lyra Bastion, it might resupply into something. Oh, wow. Mechanical Training is the perfect card from K by any name and will well and truly lock this one up. These brass bugs now 4/4/4. That's a total of 3 mana, 8/8/8 in stats, and I don't think, I know, there is no way that Cole can contest that. Wow, impressive comeback there from the Sierra.
Yeah, totally. And still like the Snowball Commando, but this is just like, as I did my math correct, it's just like nothing, it's like not happening. So there's like no chance.
Yeah, what can I say? That was super close overall. Again, I think it really came down to those couple turns where just that last card in Cole's hand couldn't be played for 4 or 5 mana even, or wasn't able to do anything at that point. Man, crazy though.
That's it. I mean, still, guys, it's still like the same that if we start to join Cole's games during the stream, he were losing. I mean, it's looked really close, but at the end, I'm happy that like our revenue for being professional cursor will not just like get destroyed. No Kaibara, what a boring game. I mean, there was like a Kaibara, but it was not like actually the unique one. So, congrats.
Yeah, nice.
So, we can just like go
Beautiful,
to
beautiful.
the main page. And it seems like there are like not that many games left. And I mean, did you read did you read like the news from like the demo deck testing? I'm interested in how does it like work. It's like that you can already play those new demo decks before Sunday, or they're actually just like getting activated on Sunday, right? This is like my
That's
question.
a great question. Honestly, I saw it in the 20 minutes when I was unlocking. I'm sorry, the 20 seconds when I was unlocking my apartment door,
Yeah.
and then I sat down to jump in with commentary. So
Oh.
honestly, no clue.
Okay. That is sad. Because I don't have any clue as well. Maybe someone in the chat can help if got like further information for that. Would be amazing. But anyway, because let's see, is there like any game we can just like join in? I mean, I would just like join in table. If you want to, we can join in table 3 because there's someone with FUG. Okay, they're finished. Yeah.
But yeah, what I can say about that event though is that there will be a pretty cool stream for it with some pretty cool people. I believe, I believe both you and myself, I believe, will be involved with that.
Also being involved. Oh,
yeah. So
now I wanted both being together.
So it should be a very action-packed Altered weekend with the finale of season 2 Invitational. That's going to be exciting on Saturday.
Yeah.
And then the cool preview from the new set. It's awesome.
That would be so awesome. And I actually read the sheet with the times, and I also saw that we both together we'll be casting the some top spots. I don't remember which top spot. I just remember the time. No, I'm actually knowing it, but guys, it's a secret. But then it's amazing because I will cast round 7 and 8 with Rune, and then afterwards joining in with you. So I'm always sticking to HGC members. I don't know the reason. If like anyone else didn't want to cast with me, it's okay. It's okay. No, just kidding.
We just have the best rapport. What can I say, Pandy? We work well together.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We work well together, and I'm excited that after a long time that we're actually casting together back again, just 2 of us. It's been a long time, right?
Yeah, no, it's true, but you know, we cast often together, or at least are involved in some streams together pretty often.
Pretty often, but every time when I'm reading like that, we both can just like being part of a cast, just us both, right? I remember like the first KPG streams back in the day.
Oh, so much fun.
Yeah, I just like I don't remember like the stories of people like asking me how we met each other, but I remember like if I ask you if I can stream it or you ask me. I don't remember actually how it was. Maybe you remember it. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure at some point I jumped in to help you with an AWOL thing, and you said like, you know, like you're not planning on streaming anything for your tournaments. I said, I don't have a setup, and you're like, I could potentially if that's cool with you. And I'm like, yeah, you can totally do that. Like,
yeah, that sounds like
happy for me to jump in. And so then I jumped in with you to cast my own tournament. It was fun.
And it was a lot of fun, and also it was good, guys, because there were like more streams than actually just like the Monday on right now the first day for the HGC series. So I got like a second day, but yeah, as you can see right now, still like in the finals against in the ranker being in the overtime, just like passing. But I mean, right now there is still like so many chances to. So many chances for the Arfanas to getting back on track, just like with the abilities. Oh, I mean, with that right now, not so many. I was thinking of like, I still was like in my mind of like, yeah, there's like a helping hand. But I was like, oh.
You know, actually, this board state specifically is where I will mention, yes, we did have a massive nerf to Small Step, Giant Leap, and Grand Endeavor. And I have been describing other things that other heroes and factions do as being Small Step, Giant Leap, but different or cheaper. And I
Yes.
will say, absolutely, the Sandman is 3 mana Small Step Giant Leap, and it worked out this way this game. Absolutely, being
Yeah.
able to put this unique moth larva to sleep and add some stats to the board. That's a win. That's 3
That's
mana Small Step right there.
and also being a win because we're actually on round 2. So now you can decide which table we're turning in.
Maybe let's go into table 16. That should be pretty good.
16.
Really competitive.
Dandy against Sora. All right. Just like come to the game and actually just like rocking directly.
And while we're
So-
jumping in, I just wanted to say I am Kelan Guy, joining, of course, Pandy Andy, who you can see our names there on stream. This is AWOL. I believe it's week 15
It's
of
week 15,
season
yeah.
2.
Yes.
And notably, this is the second to last event before the AWOL Season Invitational coming up this Saturday. So if you're still looking to qualify and you're not in this event right now and you're not qualified for the Invitational, Wednesday night is your last chance. So definitely check out the AWOL server if you're looking for the invite link there. And play your heart out. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck on that, guys. Would be awesome to see some of you just like on the Saturday. If regardless of just like the Swiss round or even just like the top cuts, that would be amazing. I mean, we're sitting here together, and as you can see, I'm shaking with like the first champion of the era, right?
No.
So this is like also a special moment for me. So yeah.
Yeah, no.
Do you feel like the sweat, like the power?
Yeah, given that I will be joining the commentator booth this time, I am excited for someone else to get called the world champion of Altered repeatedly, because I don't think that's quite how world champion of Altered works. However, it'll be funny to pass that joking title on to someone else. I'll be happy about that.
I always say you get not rid of it.
Actually, I think the current world champion is Visitor Q, actually, who won the Ace Invitational or like season finale last night. So, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
They were playing Tasia, by the way. That deck still incredibly strong and has not gotten any modifications from the most recent balance patch. So, yeah, definitely a good deck to beat there. But yeah, we're looking now into Dandy against Zoa. Dandy, actually pretty well-known player, especially in the local scene in France, is my understanding. I remember them playing some Afanis back in the day, and it looks like they're settling on Kojo now, at least at this point in time for this event. Playing against Zoa, who is well known for their Lindaway. So definitely a very high caliber match coming out right here.
Also, if I'm correct about Zora, is like one of the first players that actually finished to win.
Yeah, the first undefeated Lindaway finish, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, and it was actually on the AKC Championship Series, so well-known player. So, but also just like I'm seeing, if I just like check out, getting like so many 5-1 steps. Yeah, week 4. It was week 4, and then every time after that participating, it was 5-2, 4-2, 5-1, 5-1. So it's just like amazing. I don't know if it's worked like that, Simon. I think it's more like the soccer world champion, so you're getting like a big title and poker, and every time you will see at some point, maybe like Kelan casting in real life, he will always wear like a jersey with a star for how many titles he won. It was just like basically the one.
No, you can expect, if you see me in real life, I will be in proper AQZ team jersey garb, aka full wizard robes with a papier-mâché hat. Actually,
same plan.
Yes, very good, very good. It's good that we're all on the same page here. Regardless, start is actually pretty good. It's a reasonable start for both players. Belasenka opener is a little bit strange often, and many Lindaway players don't play that card. But the upside about it, especially in this spot, is that they got really good expedition reveals for this Belasenka opener, at least the Lindaway did. 2 mana from reserve for 3/0/3 in stats, plays excellently onto this board at least, and nimbly goes over this Haven Sarengar as well if it's played out. And wow, yeah, Baba's Isba now, it's a great turn to play it.
Yeah, and it's also just like to say for me, it's always like the frog of all this, the Balenciaga with the set from the reserve. I mean, right now it's just like good, as you said, like expedition is going to be open, so you can potentially play it out. But even better, just like playing out the orders overseer, being able to just like of this one water region type it's get being higher, to progressing now with the combination of just like sacrifice the orders recruit. But on the other side, we will see the Private Pathfinder. So there's like basically nothing like yeah, that our Lindy can do, even with the sacrifice. So this would be a double progression for Kojo, still being like on good resources left with like right now a third hand card that's coming from the Haven Saringa, when leaving the expedition zone and it was fleeting to draw a card. Also still got the Prowess Pathfinder and still like on actually good region types, right? Could be
Totally.
easily play on the hero, companion side, basically with the Kojo and blocking out another turn, but it's like not cool for Lindy that like the small mall plays getting always just like blocked. But on the other side, we still see like the Orders Overseer that potentially can be played out on both sides with the Orders Recruit, still the Balancenga that even if it not like start to blocking some regions, could potentially just like progressing through the plant region type on the hero side. So I'm excited of how this turn we went out, but for now it's the first turn for our Kojo, bringing his own pen and ooh, sabotage. Just like this seems like a normal basic unique. Sabotage and when I leave the expedition zone, draw a card.
Yeah, this is
It's
a
based.
insane Orda spy,
Yes.
and definitely tracks with the sort of uniques that I've known Dandy to play previously with other decks as well. This one's just excellent. It's really consistent. It will always do something similar and reliable in the fact that sabotage is just an arrow effect. It doesn't need to be played from somewhere specifically. So even if you hit it off of, for example, a Haven Bravos Bastion, it will still work just fine. And leave the expedition zone. That's not just when I go to reserve from the expedition zone, for example. No, that's just a double draw right there as well. That's a beautiful card. And yeah, last turn, Lindaway did miss the style points, not making the Maw and sacrificing a character for no benefit, but they could have done it. So they missed some style points that turn, but at least this one, they will be doing things. They will be progressing on that hero side. Stabilizing a little bit on that side, but they're still under a lot of pressure. Kojo still 2 expeditions ahead at this point. Yeah, it's a pretty good position for Kojo.
Yeah, totally agreeing on that. And it's just like I realized on the Order Spy that this is just like the arrow effect of sabotage. So both cards that still would be, I mean, now the Balancenga would be actually really good to also prevent some progress for the hero expedition with the stats. But it's at the end like that actually. And yeah, you need to play the Balancenga in some way because you cannot take like any chance that this Morph Lantern will see the board. I mean, it depends on what actually our coach decides to play now, but it's still like the Order Spy, and just like getting the Morph Lantern would be amazing, and it will also be the target. So say goodbye to that. So let's see what Lindy right now will actually do. And oh, expensive.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
Yes.
And it does get back a tiny bit of card advantage, that card draw off of the Baba Yaga. But notably, Kojo is just burying Zoa's Lindaway in card advantage themselves. And now they play a Haven Bravos Bastion to further show that off.
It's crazy. It's just like for the upcoming turn, it's just like the Haven Bravos. It's also just brutal. Like, okay, the Fire Rabbit. Okay, so on next turn, we will see a 2/2/1 character just like from the reserve. That seems pretty hard for Zora right now. But actually,
I just wanted to jump in. There's a critical dynamic that happened this game, which is often about how you want to approach the Kojo matchup when you're playing against him, especially when you're an Izmir hero that has a lot of card draw and other setup that's needed in your deck. Something that you often want to do, like Lindaway is a deck that can actually often contest expeditions really well. Cards like Moth Lantern are a super big help with that, for example. But oftentimes the strategy is reliant heavily on this Baba's Izba. Notably, there was that turn in this game where the Baba's Izba was set up, and oftentimes in that sort of spot, especially on favorable expeditions with what we could already see was in the reserve for the Lindaway, you're trying to avoid losing a double progression while playing the
Yeah.
Baba's Isba, which can be very difficult. And they were unable to find a way to actually prevent the double progression from the Kojo. And meanwhile, every single turn that Kojo has actually committed to the board, Lindaway has both tried to contest on expeditions
Yeah.
and hasn't been able to make any progress to stop the Kojo's advances,
Ooh.
and hasn't been generating any card advantage of their own. So it's a super dire position here for Zoa. The only hope at this point, I really think, is something that can leverage this Baba's Isba really well, but
Yes,
just the
but
cards that we see are so strong here.
And actually, just want to talk about the categorical alchemist that could be played out, because it was actually just like a double boost. It was getting 2 boosts played from hand, and also just like getting in game in general with a landmark that is in control. But sadly, it's just like getting removed. And I would say with that, there's like not any chances at all for our Lindy to just like progress with that. So congrats on Kojo. In general, I'm happy to see a Kojo in that state beside the NUC, because I'm already excited about Bravos in general on season 3. Because still, if I have like the feeling of there are like some cards that I quite still don't see like in action, right, in my head. Maybe it's changed when you see it actually getting played, right? I'm still interested in how this will going on. So we still got some games left, and I would just like quickly watch a little bit through all the players today. 73 players participate, but I mean, most of the players maybe already got signed up. I can also check how many already signed up in January for the end tournament. And if you want, we can go to table 15, one below.
Cool.
There's like FUG against Saban. Saban, I know him from Germany. Meet him during the Tumult Championship Series. And FUG, I don't know, Fugue Aces. Maybe you know something. I will start to.
I don't know about this team, but what I can say is that wow, they are on a really cool deck. And don't be surprised, this Rin and Orchid deck, it's not a festival list, and 2, I think this is a super competitive build. The uniques that they've been playing so far actually are really fantastic, and I've been trying to scour the marketplace for exactly this sort of unique, completely unsuccessfully, for weeks. They are beautiful, and they synergize perfectly with the Rin and Orchid hero ability. When a card goes from your hand or deck to reserve, giving something 2 boosts, that is one way that a deck like Rin and Orchid can actually get some parity as far as the power level with Tasia, for example, which we see much more typically for these aggressive Muna game plans.
And what we can see right now, it's just like getting angry. But there's the Beauty Sleep again, also for the Snoozer's room. All right. So a progress, and actually just like a draw for Afanas. In general, I'm so interested in seeing like Afanas and also just like Sigisma after the patch notes to see how they went. I mean, I remember like, especially like for Sigisma when the Osma got like suspended and also just like errored. That I was totally interested in how this deck were working now, and then it's actually got even worse because Sigisma started to play cards that like even harder. They're just like an Osma that's getting played out, right? But right now, I still got like the feeling, especially for Afanas, just like didn't use like these monster giant leagues, so we saw more and more decks, right? That actually just like got rid of this monster because they were like, hey, beside the fact that maybe it's getting like me a free win at a certain point, I still need to play until that point and also keep that card, right? So I'm already excited about to see what else will be in the deck. And I mean, with Izmir getting so many removals, draw card, doing this or stuff like that, spells. I mean, still, maybe it's a win for Afanas to trying out new things. That's being harder, you know what I mean?
Honestly and unfortunately, what I can sort of say there is that yes, I still think Afanas is a very good deck that's pretty competitively viable. However, I think it has to be even more focused on 1-cost uniques at this point that still do spell return things. And the unfortunate part about that is that, yeah, really good S-tier Afanas uniques were few and far between and very expensive to begin with. The 1 cost with 1 cost from reserve as well. Yeah, those are absurd, and it's really hard to make the deck work if you have uniques that cost more than that at this point,
Yeah.
which it hurts me a little bit.
Totally agreeing on that. Actually, beside that, I have a question for you. What do you think? How many people already signed up for the seasonal invitational?
I do not know how many are already signed up, but am I
What
supposed
do you
to
think?
guess?
Yeah, yes.
I was
Yes?
gonna guess
Guess.
85.
Oh, you're not that far away. You're not that far
Oh,
away.
okay.
It's 97 players already. And
Hey,
if I'm
pretty
just like
good.
seeing in general, so we see like Lopez got invited. It's just like Nero, Rodmadu, Popeye, Techifier, Wedge, Visitor that actually destroyed you. Just kidding. I didn't watch the game actually, but I think it was a close one, right?
Who
Between you
destroyed
and
me? What
Visitor?
now? What are we talking
Visitor won
Yeah,
against you. Yeah, he won
Visitor
against you.
Q did
Yeah.
beat me
I just
in
want
the
to help you,
semifinals
you know.
yesterday.
I want to help you that it was not like a close game
Hey,
between a retired champion. You got completely smashed. You're out to date, right? I
hey,
will help you. I will
considering
help you getting rid of this.
considering my retirement and how I was playing a removal heavy Fen deck
Yeah.
against Atasia with a
You did
double
great.
spindle opener,
You did
I
great.
almost came back and took it. So
Yeah.
you know, for someone in retirement, I will admit that I think it was pretty okay. I
So
was
guys,
happy with the performance.
you heard right now from Kelan. He wants to he wants to keep the name retired champion. So you see,
Yeah.
he's defending himself about that. I was helping him, but I'm
Mhm.
sorry. I'm sorry if you don't want to get
True.
just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Now, actually, I rewatched it and it was amazing.
Yeah.
It was just like cool. I remember when I played against Rune and he got both his massive press bug and token creators. It was over for me basically after both cards just like got into play.
You
But
know-
talking about over,
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
yeah.
like, so normally this game would be entirely over because at this point in the game, Afanis would virtually always have found a small step. But at this point, I think virtually all of the Afanis players have cut small step as in its current configuration. There are just better cards that you could play in that slot.
Yeah.
At least given the way the rulings currently work. But otherwise, Afanis totally just doing Afanis things at this point. Multiple uniques at that 1/1 cost that I was mentioning earlier having been played out this game. Mage Dancer's going crazy, and that is very much why Afanis is in the driver's seat here.
Yeah.
Although Rin is not just immediately dead to small step here. They still definitely have the chance to fight it out a little bit, but at this point, I think Rin is also going to be totally requiring at least another unique here in order to have a chance of coming back.
True. And okay. So starting off of the floor 10, we see the aloe vera. Still like not that bad, right? But okay. With the Tooth Fairy, actually deciding to put down the aloe vera. I mean, the Feather's Phone would be also great in addition, right? But
Yeah,
okay.
but I think
Yeah.
this is just a play that you make when you're just trying to get rid of resources that the Rin could play out. That's it.
Yeah. So I just want to say that after this game, I will grab just like a cup of milk, because do you know, like, I forgot the name in English. What do you say to Strohhalm in English? What is like Strohhalm?
A straw, a drinking straw, right?
A drinking straw. Do you know those drinking straw with like this small chocolate balls inside? So it tastes like chocolate milk.
Oh, that's
I can
cool.
show it. I can show it. So
Oh
this
wait,
like,
I've seen those. Yes.
yeah, and it's like my favorite drink, because in combination, I cannot explain you guys why it's different, but it's a difference between just like putting in the powder and the cold milk instead of using this, because it's just like a whole new world. And when I lived in Switzerland, I learned the difference between milk, because we had like 5 milk types in our refrigerator. I know them, Pandy. Oh, that's amazing, Simon. That's amazing. Yeah, they're like so lovely. So that's why, you know, when I started to leave Switzerland, the first thing that I did in Germany, I only started to buy like high quality milk, because I couldn't just like drink our normal supermarket milk, because in Switzerland, guys, I'm telling you, you have like those grass milk, you have like those almond milks, you have like those wheat milks. I don't know how many stuff you can feed the cow, but I know right now that you can produce many stuff with milk. It depends
It's
on what
true.
you're actually feeding to the cow. Okay, Aladdin. Okay, Cole. Okay, all right. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
believe it or not, Pandy, but I learned about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'm 29, right? I learned 2 weeks ago that I am definitely lactose intolerant.
Really?
So yeah, so the whole milk thing a little bit less for me,
Yeah.
but I'll save it for you. It does look
Oh,
awesome with
I'm also
the
lactose
straw.
intolerant myself, but I don't care.
Yeah, you'll deal with the consequences. Fair enough.
Yeah, I will live with it. Guys, do you ever ask why I need to run so many times to the toilet during
Yeah,
the stream?
it makes perfect sense.
Because I'm
Um,
always drinking my milk during that time because I
Let-
don't there's like one thing I'm not stopping. It's drinking my milk.
and now that we've covered again,
Yeah.
as usual, Pendy's
Yeah.
bathroom habits, let's jump into table 31 that still has a little bit of
yes,
progression
let's go
to go.
in.
We
And
have
I will take my
Repost
milk.
representing my country, Switzerland,
Yeah.
playing against Gigarum from
Okay,
Brazil. Or maybe it's Gigarum. I don't know how that would be said in Portuguese. So, but still, really cool username there. That's pretty sweet. And yeah, again, another Aphanis, this time battling against a Tasia, notably in comparison to the last match where our Rin player fell far behind the Aphanis a little bit earlier in the game. Actually, the Muna hero is ahead in this case. And yeah, having what appears to be multiple characters sticking around from the previous turn here, yeah, Aphanis likely still has a bunch of different tools that they could potentially use to claw ahead at this point, but at least it's a good setup for Tasia and should get some good additional value here out of that aloe vera as well. But yeah, still a hand that is chock full from Aphanis as well, likely having made a lot of use of this category in Mage Dancer, that rare version at Dusk, having 3 or more boosts, drawing cards with it, in addition to, again, a Sneezer Shroom unique that's currently sitting in the Aphanis' discard, again at that magical 1/1 cost that I keep bringing up. But notably, they have a very modest 2/2 cost, excellent Spindle Harvesters with that oh so important Arrow Anchor, which is even more important now that Helping Hand is no longer in the game. And at Dusk, if I have 2 or more boosts, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand. I would say this unique is excellent, just not quite as good as it used to be.
Yeah, I'm agreeing on that. But no, actually, it's just like I remember seeing those in general teacher always nice to have. Usually back in the days was actually really struggling against Aphanis at some point, with like the mentioned Helping Hand that you actually said, because guys, sometimes I don't know how it is like for you, but thinking of like, hey, this is like only one card that you can play 3 times, but if you're playing Aphanis in general, as you can see right now with the hand cards, there's a high chance you got it. And there was a high chance that you actually keep it forever. So it was just like hard to get around it. And when another character joins, if you can, I can run boost. This is like one of the young Sus. I also realized that there's like an Ogun, and I love those mass boosting uniques for Tisha. Usually a nice combination with like the mass anchoring uniques.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really think that that's exactly a really good setup. Potentially having something like 2 mass anchoring uniques and then 1 mass boost unique can often be the really optimal way of setting things up. You would want to see the anchoring one first, or a little bit. It's a little bit more critical to the game plan, so you would play a second copy of it to try to find it. But then once you start mass anchoring things, you're typically able to resupply multiple cards and dig through your deck a little bit. At which point, if you then find the mass boosting unique, they typically synergize with the mass anchoring uniques to make everything just massive and stick around forever, which is pretty absurd. And yeah, I think the dynamic that you were mentioning before for Tasia, this matchup previously having been pretty weak for them, it's largely exactly what you were mentioning. It's largely that in order to break those Helping Hand chains, the thing that you needed most was typically sabotage, either removal or sabotage. And the problem with Tasia is that the removal that would go after uniques like this is typically very expensive, and Sabotage is pretty much
Yeah.
nowhere to be seen out of the Muna faction.
Yeah.
Of course, you could play a strange Axiom Scrambler. There are Jack Frosts that do fly around here and there, but overall, the streamlined lists that we've been seeing a lot of success from Tasia just don't really run those cards. So,
Yeah, that's true.
so that was a pretty brutal matchup outside of the few times where you would just get a good snowball started and have a Spindle Muna Bastion in play, which notably in this case did come down at possibly perfect timing.
Yeah. Just like agreeing on that. And I mean, as you said, like there are like not that many just like sabotage cards in general that not only just like sitting in general for like Muna, but it's also just like the fact. So the one of like the not that many reasons why Muna is still like a top tier deck list is just like the fact of like how unique related this deck is actually being. So there maybe we can say that Muna is a pay to win deck. I mean, you still can like play without those, right? But the potential chance of always getting like resupplies over boosting, over anchoring. I mean, there's like out of 100 games, I can speak for myself. I have prepared a screenshot actually for you to show up how it could look like. It's like a high chance that you're always like getting it right. And so you want to get rid like of any card that will not help through your game plan. And right now, the biggest game plan, or just like almost the only game plan for Muna, is like anchoring something, keep it on board, boosting it up, hoping for anything that's anchoring it, and then just like the rest is history. And the Spindle is just like one permanent, and I would say on set 3, so many permanent removals. I was crying because I was like, said Tisha, there's only one permanent beside the Florid Hand. Oh yeah, we're seeing that you're actually playing. But
what I can say to that end as well is that you're partially right there. I mean, the thing that's really interesting in general is that that Tasia specifically has been the second most popular hero other than Sigismar, especially in large events just overall. And you have to figure that at a big event, there's some number of the players who are a lot more casual, and oftentimes those players are defaulting to decks like Sigismar and Tasia. Tasia specifically has had a worse win rate. In general, Sigismar specifically was so incredibly powerful at virtually all stages in Altered's history at this point. But the really interesting thing is exactly that. These uniques from Tasia, the really good ones, just do so much to really unlock the power of that hero. And yeah, they're oftentimes a little bit less accessible, but we do see players like Izzy Lopez, for example, from Team HAT, or Fernico Rico, even, who are just incredibly successful again and again and again with the Tasia deck, which definitely isn't the sort of thing you'd expect from a deck with a low win rate. So I think it's oftentimes the case that, you know, the true win rate numbers are a little bit, I guess, betrayed by the fact that some decks will just have different I wouldn't say like quality of players, but just more casual players in some cases who also want to play it. And that definitely changes out how, you know, those dynamics a little bit.
And I'm always like, just like to adding that, I remember like we got some newer players on our locals, and they were just like figuring out which deck to play, and also there was just like watching me playing Tisha, right? And there was like, oh, that seems pretty simple. I play, it stick on the board, and then it's an auto win, right? Just like on and a kind of POV, right? But then I was like, actually, Tisha is one of the harder decks to play because you always need to figuring out how to stabilize your board for the upcoming turns, because you cannot just like play everything on anywhere and then just like hoping it's during the rest, because you showing like the most information that you can actually get giving like an opponent, right? With like, hey, I'm sticking to those cards next turn. So I'm always saying like newer people to like, hey, if you want to play Tisha, it's great because I love Tisha, but you actually need to know what your opponent's deck is basically doing, because otherwise you're playing your aloe vera, you're playing just like anything else, and it's either getting removed or just like easily counter it. So I'm happy that actually there's like the gap, right, that you mentioned of like casual players, high professional players. I think it's like the reason that you're seeing that, not only because those higher competitive players have like those $2 billion uniques just like sitting on their deck list. It's also the fact that those people actually know how to face each different deck type at least. especially like Asa Lopez and also Franico Rico, and also like in Hyper K, right?
Yeah.
From O and B. On my back. Is that the team name? Team Sharincom is timeout right now, yes. But I totally understand what you mean. But talking about that, now it seems pretty hard for our teacher to actually just start getting rid of this mage sensor. And it feels like actually, Runefolk, that you're right. You guessed the hardest card and play in the tournament, it's the timeout. Wait. But no, Giga Room actually decided to pass. No way to win this, to conquest on that. Click it. Yeah, click it. So congrats on pre-post. Summer from this Switzerland, alright. And beside that, I just want to share you a picture that I took. So this is actually one of my games, and you can see the full potential of like a teacher if you have some mass anchorers, like where the character joins the expeditioner and gains 1 boost, and then with the Okron, and then you can anchoring stuff like that. Just look at this, guys. Isn't that beautiful? I don't know if Kelan is watching it right now, but it seems not. Oh no, sure. You didn't say anything. It's like this.
Oh yeah,
This
yeah.
could be look like
That's
this.
beautiful.
That could be look
You
like.
got some abilities to order. Beautiful.
Yeah, and here you can see my beauties, my Kakoba. I also can say right now Kakobat. You know, I actually just like and had Kletios as my mentor, and for stuff like that. But no, anyway, so we can see.
By the way,
almost
for
years.
any of you people who are a little confused why sometimes it looks like we might be commentating that a player has won slightly in advance of the game saying that, that's also largely because of this big change that happened where Small Step, Giant Leap, and Grand Endeavor, for example, don't cause you to win the game the moment your expeditions touch, but instead it'll be at the end of dusk, meaning that you have to resolve all of the prior to the like night actions, things like discarding down your reserve, for example, before the game is actually over. And so a lot of us being a little bit unfamiliar with that, especially as a game is ending that you know you've won, for example, you don't realize that you need to like click and make a few additional actions, discard cards down in your reserve when you know the game's already over at that point.
Yeah.
But we can see it. That's why we say that one is won.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's like that. That's just like some steps between it. And talking, so how does Kelan feel about the Saturday tournament? Yeah, how about you feel about it? I mean, you said you only heard about it 20 seconds. If you want, we still got some time left, so we can just like talk again.
Yeah, I did. I skimmed for about 20 seconds while unlocking my apartment door and then running up to join the cast. So that's about it. But I did see that the Axiom hero is Subash, the Bravos hero is Atsadi, the Lyra hero is Nevenka, the Izmir hero is Akesha, the Ortis hero is Gulrang, and the Muna hero is Tasia, I think.
Yes.
Wow, that's
right.
That's pretty funny. And I'm really surprised out of those to see Tasia being the Muna hero specifically, because it looks like for this deck battle here that oftentimes these heroes have been some of the less loved heroes from these factions, and Tasia has been by far the outlier for Muna as the most popular there. So maybe I guess that's the bait deck. Everyone's gonna pick Tasia, right?
You would say so? Maybe it could be, right? It depends on which cards are like on the list. But I actually excited that they're like, it's not only seems like demo decks, it seems like new starter decks that you maybe can keep playing. I don't know, guys. It's just like a guess. Also for me, it's just like a guess. But I was thinking of like, maybe we're getting like new starter decks on set 4 with new heroes. But maybe there's like a chance that we're getting like new starter decks at some point. Would be awesome for newer players to just like join in with set 3, because most of the time it's funny if people actually, there's a game that's still loading. Maybe Simon, if you can help out with that, because we cannot go in. It's Damien against Cyberkura, and Damien actually wrote in. All right, so maybe we just need to wait out until the tournament is over, I would say, and as long that we can just like go through that. But we can also just like go through some, if you want to some spoilers that already just like also got upload. Oh no, it's not in my collection.
I was just going to mention as well, though, the crazy tournament rewards that are super exciting if you are one of the people who crushed this event on Sunday.
Oh yes.
20 promo boosters. I'm sorry, 6 players will receive 20 promo boosters from the new set and 6 normal boosters from the new set. Which is 26 boosters. I mean, the promo boosters as well having really good chance of uniques, for example. That is super crazy, and definitely jealous that I will not be able to fight my way up to those 20 promo
Yeah,
boosters.
I was also like that.
Brutal.
I was also like that. I was like, and when I've got asked, maybe I got asked, I don't want to share. Maybe I got
But you know
asked.
what's a bigger prize, Pandy, is being able to commentate it here with
It's
you. So
yeah, it's like, yeah.
Who's the real winner here?
Who is the real winner here? I was like, we can't lose anything. I was like, at the beginning, if I'm getting kicked out, then I still can play. And if not, I can see every demo deck being played, at least, hopefully. Hopefully. Every demo deck is getting represented. But yeah, I'm just like going through all those spoilers that we already know. For that, and the recent spoiler that I actually loved was the bug out bag, and this rare version of Exum seems totally fine for Zero at general. You can switch you out if you want, Pandy. No worries. Oh no! If I know I can cast with Kelan, this is like the best thing that ever happened for me. It's like I mean, how long is our journey together?
That's true.
Since the beginning, right?
Hey, you even got me uniques off the marketplace today, so I don't know. We're brothers. All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, this round 2 of AWOL week 15 season 2, of course, is almost has almost come to an end.
Yeah.
Notably, this is a 7-round tournament today, so still tons of altered content coming your way over the next couple hours. I'm Kelan Guy, once again, joining Pandy Andy, bringing you this wonderful and at times questionable commentary of the event.
Questionable.
You never know. And yeah, we are into round 3. Pandy, tell me, what table are we heading to?
Oh, which table? I mean, there's still like so many amazing players here, right? So, actually, I want to go to table 2 to Secrets against Popiet, because I know Popiet is holding an amazing pet that I want to see in action if Popiet actually is playing the game.
Yeah, presumably there will be otters involved, but yeah, we are waiting for the moment. And again, while we are waiting, that Whispers from the Maze demo deck tournament, that will be on Sunday. Again, that is the day after the A.W.O.L Invitational for Season 2. We will be joined, actually, I mean, we're going to be here both of those days, I believe, chatting to you from this channel right here on YouTube. So definitely make sure that you clear your schedules and enjoy some lovely altered commentary and watch some really high-level gameplay 2 days in a row. But yeah, should be a super fun weekend overall. That's actually, I don't know if we've had a more impressive weekend in terms of just back-to-back really big and important events, I guess, for online altered. That's awesome.
It's like crazy. It's just like a cool week in general. We got like on this Sunday, or just like on Monday morning for us in Europe, the Ace finals, like the last event that happened, and then afterwards just like the last Aero tournaments. I'm not sure if it's about the NUC, if this is like the last event or just like the last event. Then we got the AQC, our own tournament series, that is also going into the last time that you're being able to play for the season regularly. Then got like this amazing weekend. This is like great in general. So I'm already excited for this week. I know it's a full of work week, in fact, of casting, but I'm so excited for that. But also excited to see that game in action. So we see actually Trace and Rossum mirror match. So it's in Popiet getting known for his amazing pressback token creation unique that I don't want to spoiler too far, because if it's like on action, and here it is.
Yeah, you wanted an otter unique, we get an otter unique, and very quickly. Oftentimes, you know, it can just be hidden in the depths of the deck, and notably Popiet does threaten to be able to play this unique again and again, despite the fact that it does get sabotaged here. with this Ouroboros Lyra Bastion opener, at least for Popiet, they're threatening to be able to go through their deck extremely quickly. And I assure you, they can replay that Repotter Otter, maybe not just once, but multiple times over the course of this game, despite it sitting there in the discard at the moment.
Talking about the kiss cut, and as you mentioned, like, so did you think of Traced Odd? Actually, it's like not that new, but in compared to like how the older version got played, I think it's just like the coolest archetype to see. It's just like creating those recycle deck type, right? Because usually on other card games, as you may know, if like Otherwise is not your first card game, guys, if this is going to zero your deck, then you're basically losing in almost every random card game, right? But here on Otherwise, you just like put back your whole discard pile into the deck, so you have like an amazing archetype of just like recycling for your entire deck and actually search for the specific card. And I mean, right now, Trace is actually doing an amazing job, or Axiom in general, with that. And it's always nice to see or to watch, because as you can see, it's just like continuing and continuing until you're getting something like that. And also being able to actually just like accurate. And those are like the things where I love, because this was actually started to play it after the Pressbug have like the Havner. Oh man, I forgot the name. That is a shame. After the Haven, I'm just saying Haven, Bravos Bastion got suspended. This was like a thing. Actually, way back, I would say from Freeloader, when he started to play like uniques that said whenever a card leaves the reserve or going to the reserve for the deck, right? Getting a boost. If I'm remembering the correct thing.
Yep.
I think he was actually, now we can say, someone of our team was the first one that found it. So
No, I agree on that. And in general, I do think Freeloader is one of these people who will stubbornly make ideas work that especially when other people are giving up on them. So that definitely makes a lot of sense. But I do think that this version of Traced is one of the things that's really cool about it is that it's not at all reliant on Haven Bravos Bastion. That was such a critical card for the early Traced deck that had so much dominance at certain points in the metagame. And you know, that card got suspended, and virtually like all of the Trace players fell off the face of the universe. There were none left. It was the mass exodus. And almost hilariously so, because I do think a couple players, you know, Popiet included, for example, and various other people who were picking up a couple, you know, just a couple people playing different Axiom heroes even, started to notice the power of Ouroboros Lyra Bastion. This card is really crazy, and if you like feeling like you are really, really smart because you got to take like 16 actions before actually letting your opponent do anything, this is definitely the deck for you. Of course, a little bit unique reliant, you need some really good payoffs, but otherwise, it's really solid. And I have a feeling that there might be some payoffs from the upcoming set, depending on, you know, whatever you consider a payoff. I mean, we've seen different things out of different uniques, for example, that have been played, but there's just a lot of synergies in general with things in reserve and being able to put the right things in reserve. So I have a feeling that this sort of deck archetype just stands to get better and better.
Yeah, totally agreeing on that. And I have to prove I checked 39 cards beside. And actually the first was on Killing Guys Bi-Weekly 6. Whoever is Killing Guys Bi-Weekly, it's like an old name. The past, you know?
Weird guy. I started hearing about the Sap guy, though, so maybe it's something about the Sap guy.
Yeah, it should be the Sap guy, but there was actually Freeloader playing it. And we were like, oh, this is amazing. What's happening? And after that, Rune joined in with the hostage archetype, and then there was the downfall for our new deck inventions. Not just kidding.
Oh, hey, check it out. It is the second order from Popiet. So
it's amazing.
Also truly about to put on the hurt here, especially because Sea Curls thus far, our top Traced, hasn't been able to find a way to generate an advantage on the board, or at least on the Tumult even. While this Lyra Bastion has been sitting in play. So yeah, it's a beautiful start for Popiet, and I think it only gets better from here.
Yeah, totally agreeing on that. And so right now, guys, we can see the action taking place, and also this is like perfect. Receive the Munatorid can easily just like anchoring the reporter order. The Inari still could just like reproduce some more press bugs, but I would say that right now, maybe Popyet, besides the fact of checking the stream, will potentially just like anchoring it, will keep the Inari and also just like keep the Inari in. Oh no, still needs to use it to progress. I didn't realize that, but yeah. But hey, you got the Gibble. I mean, sometimes it's funny if you're seeing a card, and I remember people were like, oh, for 6/6, 5/5, still create a press bug on target expedition, but this card, it's hard. It's hard to play, right? But then you see like the little discard effect, and now it's just like usual to play this to play this card in Trace because it's just like amazing to proc all those.
And so notably that Otter unique also got anchored the last day, meaning that going into this day where they're the starting player, they get to take all of these actions and make all of these brass bugs before there's a chance for Sea Curls to fire off this Kelan burst to remove the Otter. So at that point, is it even worth firing off the removal? You just have to go for the Lyra Bastion instead. But there's just a very high chance that Popyet will be able to find another one.
That is so crazy, and it's also just like sitting on the Kelan burst, right? You can create a press bug, and you also just like, I don't know if like Popyet is playing some Tinkerbells also on his own deck list, but also could just like getting out the Tinkerbell and with the Tinkerbell just like removing the Kelan burst. But you're right. I would also just like say to you, hey, there are like so many chances of getting those reporter order back during the game, so the A.W.O.L Lyra Bastion needs to get removed and maybe just like being the more favorable target, because right now I would say Popyet doesn't care like that much if the order right now which is like getting removed, just like out of the many press bugs that just like joined in. So let's see.
Now, Popyet finally gives Sea Curls the opportunity to do something after putting just a measly 10, 11, 11 in stats into play for a single mana. So there you go. This Kelan burst, it does actually go after the Repotter Otter, so it does look like there's a chance that that they'll try to contest on the hero side. But I'm just really surprised, especially seeing that Popyet did discard away a Ouroboros Lyra Bastion. That the target there wasn't the Lyra Bastion. But, I think that might actually be a really heads-up play, because I believe the reason why Popyet would choose to get rid of the Lyra Bastion there is that one of the cards in their hand is the third copy of it.
It could be.
So I really think that is the case here. So I think that would make a lot of sense. At which point, maybe you do just want to get rid of one of the uses of the unique at least. And the players noting in the chat that Sea Curl's position at this point is very, very difficult to get out from. This is this is the loop. I don't know what to say about it. It's incredibly strong. These otters go absolutely crazy. And of course, it's always fun when the players jump into the stream and see what we're saying about it, because it's once upon a time I worried to myself, like, could they potentially gain information from hearing what we're talking about? But then I also realized I have no idea how to play this deck properly. And Popyet absolutely does. So really, what's the damage?
It's like, actually, I was just like, I mean, of course, you're just like, it seems simple, right? You're just like discarding. But then I also realized you still need to put something in mana, and then you need to take care of what you're actually putting in mana. And then I was like thinking through of it, and I was like, you always don't have like your perfect cards to just like put in mana. So you're saying like, oh yeah, it's totally fine. Sometimes you need to actually sacrifice something for the mana that you potentially actually want to just like keep under those pile of cards to actually get it back. So I would say, so it's just like crazy.
Just thinking about a deck like this and how you mentioned, traced or like recycle traced or whatever, is making me realize that a game like Altered, I don't think as of yet that we've come up with like really creative deck names for these different hero concepts that we've been putting together. I mean, other games like Magic the Gathering, for example, there are formats in the game where all of the decks were named after like breakfast cereals and other silly things. Maybe Pandy, during our cast on Saturday, AWOL, maybe we can name a deck.
A deck. Maybe we can name a deck. Yeah,
Something
totally.
interesting, right?
Maybe I have a deck. Actually, just like in my background, as you can see, guys, there are like some Magic decks, just like at the bottom. So like on the last shelf where my finger is, here right now, there are sitting like over 30 Commander decks of Magic, and down there are just like around, I would say, like 40 60 card constructed decks, and just like a little bit more. So as you can see, this is all like Magic decks and stuff. Back in the day where I played like Magic almost every day, Commander mode. You saw it? You saw it, right?
Pretty cool.
all my decks. Maybe I can do like a showcase if we have the time to do so. But I will find a deck. And I will show it to you. And if not, I have a friend that's actually living like 7 minutes away, and he still playing like the competitive format of like Commander. So he's got like, I know he's got like a deck that's playing with the discard pile. So it's basically like his deck was around 3,000, 4,000 euros, like a normal competitive Commander deck. It's just like not an expensive front. Like 3,000, 4,000. It's not that expensive for Commander. But guys, maybe we're talking about this amount of money in the future for Altered. I hope not. But let's see. And someone is ringing on my door. I need to open it.
No worries.
Yeah. So
we do have, we have an Anansi coming out. The rare Anansi, interestingly, coming out here from the from Sea Curls. I say interestingly, of course, it's the only option for Anansi in the Axiom faction. Of course, the common being in Lyra. I say interestingly more so because we don't always see this card, but it definitely can work pretty well when you do have a well-stocked reserve, and Traced is a hero that can sometimes get that. But frankly, it's nothing that can compete with just the crazy stats that these Repotter Otters are able to put out, especially while chaining together a resupply loop the way Puppet is incredibly comfortable doing. So, of course, this one here does get locked up. That Ouroboros Lyra Bastion permanent getting established right away into the game, and for essentially no punish. There were no answers to it, and yeah, it makes sense. If you just don't have the removal for it right away, it can take over really quick. All right. The good news, though, about that game going pretty quickly is that we should have plenty of time to jump properly into another match. Don't know what Pandy Andy is doing. I'm hoping he's not getting mugged at his own front door. But otherwise, we should have another match coming for you momentarily. And yeah, exactly. Again, in the chat, A.W.O.L Invitational is Saturday, and then Sunday will be the Whispers from the Maze demo. So, no break this weekend. It's just Altered, and just online Altered as well. All right, Pandy, where are you? Your chair is, of course, very attractive, but it is unable to tab us over to the new table. So, anyone there in the chat, if you have any decks that you think are really good in the metagame, if you want to call out here, what deck will be our invitational champion for Season 2? I will be very interested to know what any of you think it'll be. My money is on, I'll say Fen. Yeah, who swatted Pandy? That's That's a great question. I really hope not. Regardless, yeah, I'm wondering what I should do. Maybe I'm gonna jump into a game and potentially. No. All right. Well, while we're sitting here, let's talk. Let's talk uniques. We have seen over time, I'd say, dominance of decks that can really leverage incredibly impactful uniques overall. Definitely, I think the clearest example of that has been both Tasia as well as Aphanis. Both of those decks pretty much unplayable in their main configurations without the really strong uniques, largely because no other cards let them do what they are, what those decks are really looking to do in order to operate without them. So an example of that would be overall mass anchoring uniques from Tasia, for example. Incredibly dominant because Tasia needs a lot of ways to keep their things sticking around forever. And similarly with Aphanis, yes, you can mix characters and spells into your deck, but unless you're able to get reusable uses of some of the same cards, you just won't be able to leverage your hero ability to the level that you need to in order to contest some of the other dominant strategies. But something that's really interesting that has been happening, I think, has been the rise of Bravos, actually, for example. We've seen No Unique Championship take off in terms of popularity, one, but also it's had a very different metagame in comparison to events like AWOL.
Okay.
Well, I think it's sort of the tried and tested version of Alter that we know and love, but it's really interesting seeing some of those results bleed on over. Kojo being the dominant deck in No Unique Championship. We saw earlier actually a super strong unique come out from Dandy playing Kojo here in this event, and I think players are just picking up more and more Bravos heroes over time, not just Kojo, but also Basira. So that's really exciting to see. And I really think that it was No Unique Championship that's actually bringing new life even to AWOL metagame there.
Yeah.
It is super exciting overall. Pandy, welcome back. You're
Yeah,
alive.
I'm back. It was not the SWAT team, guys. I hope this would never happen to me during my life period. It was just like my neighbor, as always, asking me stuff around, and then I was helping to pick up something that was too heavy. But now I'm back. And yeah, just like talking about being back. I actually heard you talking through my headset.
Oh, nice.
I didn't quite understand what it was all about that. But
No, I was just talking a little bit about uniques at the moment and sort of the effect in the metagame. And yeah, the conclusion there being, in general, I think a lot of people have had the feeling that Bravos uniques have been a little bit weaker than many of the other factions, but there are a few gems out there, and some players are picking them up. But in general, there's a lot of people who are just starting to rely on just the raw power that some of those heroes have. And we're seeing them become more popular, not just in that format where they're dominant over in the No Unique Championship, but now also migrating more and more back into AWOL, which is exciting.
And talking about excitement, we also can just like watch another exciting match. If you want, we can go to table 19. There is like Karnak against Perusa.
Yeah, we do indeed have a Aphanis mirror here.
We can go to another game. No,
that's why I hadn't suggested that one.
So
that's okay. But now that you've mentioned it, Pandy, I love commentating some Aphanis, and I have heard that since the changes to the hero, both in the removal of Helping Hand from the game, at least temporarily, but probably for a while, I would assume. And also the Small Step Giant Leap changes. People are finding this matchup a lot more fun and interesting in a lot of cases, actually. At least as a spectator, I feel like to play, I personally loved the dynamic of trying to look like 4 days ahead of where you're actually trying to win the game and make sure that you had the right turn order to be able to win the game first, for example. That sort of thing, I think, was incredibly skill testing as an Aphanis player, even in the mirror, which can otherwise be a little bit uncomfortable. But definitely for the viewer experience, especially, I'm happy for those changes for the viewer experience. No one likes commentating Small Step Giant Leap wins. I've tried to like it. I've tried to get hyped about it. I just can't do it.
Yes. Nothing to add on that. So guys, back in the day of like set one, where everyone on the top tables was just like either playing Afanas or like Sigismar, and those mirror matches, oh boy, it's got boring. Especially if you start like week after week after week after week, and then you're just like sitting there and waiting for the first wall step coming up. There are like actually rare games where you're actually being like, oh yeah, this is like so, ooh, this is like so close or stuff like that. It was always like, is PGA down? I can check it for you. No, everything is fine for PGA, as it seems. Maybe just like reload Prusa. I would just like say that you're the same Prusa that we're watching in the stream.
Yeah.
Just like I think it's like a high chance,
I don't
right?
think that Altered is big enough yet for some of our top players to have their imitators quite yet. But yeah, interestingly, I think it's interesting that both of these players have settled on Afanas here. Karnag, mostly well known for playing Sigismar, actually, for a long while even, and Mbruza having jumped around across various decks even, but in general favoring really creative builds. So I'm wondering, potentially both of these players are really testing what they think might be the top dog post Baba Yaga suspension, for example, at a Sigismar. And then otherwise, maybe Mbruza saying, hey, if you can't beat them, join them. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Definitely interesting to see. Or otherwise, there's also the potential for a little bit of metagaming here. Maybe they're thinking, what if I run into someone from team, say, for example, from Mbruza's perspective, what if I run into someone from team Altered Aces in the first round of the Invitational on this weekend? And they're thinking, it's going to be an Afanas player. And then they, they show up into the match, and then suddenly it is not, and it's not what they expected. Who knows? Of course, you when you get to look at your opening hand and everything, what hero they're playing. So of course, they should be able to readjust their intended strategy. But even then, maybe it is like a little psych out on, maybe they're just testing a deck that they expect to see a lot of, so they know how to beat it a little better.
Just like that. And it seems like that Emperor still got this problem. I mean, just like maybe it could be like down on South America. And if it's starting to being down there, there's again like a small chance that it's not like waiting too long for us.
Trying to check out the server
seems
status, and at least I'm not seeing any immediate update that it's not working right.
And everything should be fine.
But of course, that does take a couple minutes typically until we see if there's games dropping.
It seems like so. If you want, we can just like go to another match if Prusa is try out to fix it.
Fair enough.
I'm so sorry, Prusa. We'll leave you there. Hopefully you can fix it. And so we can join another game. If you want, we can go to table 20 room against Overloss, so we can see some amazing Gurren gameplay. If you want to.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm just gonna quickly throw my food into the oven, and I'll be back in a second.
Yeah. Okay. So guys, a couple of seconds alone. What can I do? The freedom of speech, but no, actually, it's a GG. So nothing to do against that. Overloss is being a local player, actually from my local, where I'm playing for myself too. So always playing Gurrank. I'm so excited to see. I mean, high chance that if he knows like the demo deck stuff, that he will play Gurrank on that, just to try out how Gurrank will work like that. But it seems like I mean, I got the free win card. So actually it seems like that Overloss actually just like writing it out. I'm not sure if he's actually doing it, because there's like a weird thing, as you can see. If this is like being right, I've heard, maybe someone can help me, that actually this is like not an overtime in like being an overtime. Maybe you know what I mean. Maybe you know what I mean. But actually, it seems like he were actually just like rating it out. This is crazy, but I mean, to be fair. And I mean, it's totally fair. I am always was interested in of the way of, hey, when a player actually will decide to use those overtime things, And we see it right now. So welcome back, Kelan. We're seeing someone actually using the overtime. It's okay, GG. Actually interesting to talk about this overtime, guys. For those who know, I've started to announce making YouTube videos for like 2 billion years.
True, I remember that from December.
Yeah, and actually I did one, and I will do another one. Maybe it's like in recap for like yeah. That was just in training. You actually just like took my sentence. You know what I want to say. Actually, the next video will be a recap about the tour modes, because I went to like to like actually many tour modes. I got like a lot of time. And so the crazy thing of that is like actually one of my things that I want to talk is like about timing, because I remember we were like on a final table in like a tour mode, and we played, someone actually counted, we played like 50 minutes. And what do you think, Kelan? How many minutes I've took out of this 50 minutes gameplay?
6.
It was actually 8. But you're right, and the other one was like that, and I was like in a weird position that actually the judge for this tournament left. He just like left the store. There was like no way that someone could just like call it out. And then I was like thinking during that time, because I'm like, guys, of course, if you have enough time, etc., maybe I would lose it also if the opponent only took like 6 minutes. But with the certain deck that the opponent played, it was actually just like a crazy thing that it was just like automatically that he won, because with that deck, if you have a long time to think about every turn, then it's a free go against Sigisma. Also, like with the aggro thing, people play slower, yeah. And I'm like, on other card games, it's like at some point you can just like look to them and saying like, hey, just like doing it. In other, it's a little bit different. So I was like, at the end, I think the most biggest change that I would be totally excited for tour modes if we just like introducing this clock chess time. And those clock chess are not expensive. They are actually just like 2 to 3 euros, like the cheapest one. And I know that I'm a chess player before that. So I'm hoping maybe that my video someone from Equinox is watching it and saying like, hey, between stay and nice getting angry, yeah, but everyone knows what it means, right? And actually, I know what it feels like, because on another tour mode, I actually also abused it simply because there was like not any judge, or the judge that said he was a judge was playing on another event, even on another card game. Just like crazy stories in general, but I will come to that on the video. And so I was just like you are totally free to do whatever you want. It was just like, I was just like writing or just like taking my time. Yeah, but a little bit self-reflection would be nice, yeah, of course, surely. But at the end, I mean, only like if I was like on bigger regionals for card games, it's actually the fact that outside of those regionals, no one is actually checking the time. Like for tour modes, I played like a lot of championships for Lorcana and also judged them. So it's just like hard. And I hope that this time, and it's like the only thing that was like actually not good for me during the tour modes. Everything else I actually loved and enjoyed a lot, about the pricings, about the format and stuff like that. But this was like the only feedback that I would give. But you can watch it in a video that I will upload in the next 2 months.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually,
yeah,
I already
we'll see you here
yeah.
in quarter 4 2025 when Pandy releases that video.
No, actually,
and
I
then
already recorded it. I already recorded it. Okay.
Of course, and again, we'll see you in quarter 4 2025 when Pandy releases that video.
I already recorded it.
I feel like we're in a loop here, Pandy. I don't know what to say.
I already recorded it. I mean, I already also recorded like the other videos before. It was just like out of luck that I released like this one video, right? But I recorded it. So I'm already excited. But I said, actually, it was quite funny to do YouTube videos. Mm-hmm. So actually, it was cool. So I don't know why I started it earlier. We took for one game. And for my personal feeling, it was 30 his time per use and 30 mine. publish it then? Yeah, I mean, I recorded it, but I need to cut it.
Exactly, and that is why we will be seeing you in December 2025 when Pandiani releases this video. And of course, that will be 1 month before I release another video. So, with that, by the way, Mbruza has been able to start playing again. However, they're in a pretty dire position in their game against Karnag. So that is an interesting one developing. I think it's table 19 over there. Not sure if you can jump in before it.
Table 19?
I think it is. Karnag against
I'm in. It's like Prusa that got like this bug.
Yeah, both players running incredibly low on time at this point. Karnag at 2 seconds, Mbruza at -22. Meaning that, yeah, this one could be won here on the Tumult, but also potentially could just be won by you know, someone timing out.
Bring on that and seeing the mage then just using the magic. I mean, there's like the magic training still for our Athanas, and it seems like there's a potential of getting another 1 cost spell with that. Maybe a Joyride would help at some point.
You know, for you best of 3 fans out there, for 50-minute best of 3s, I think we should upgrade that. We should do how many minutes is that? 116-minute best of 7s. I think, you know, that's really the, you know, that's the next step.
Yeah,
there.
that's
what Altered
sweet spot. I was to switch the scene, okay. I didn't forget it. Was there like a time that I forgot something ever?
Never.
I don't remember either, because I'm a professional streamer.
You know what I really like on the stream as well is under your name it says Twitter @BlueOakTV.
Oh yeah,
managing to snag that promotion, that self-promotion, even when he's not around. So that's impressive.
Wait,
from him as usual. Wow, Mbruza does take
I've
it. I've
uploaded a video. No way. I've uploaded a video. That's not good. But you know what? I will promote the video right now.
Oh boy.
Oh yes. Switch scene, yeah. Blue, please. But I mean, you got it, Kelan guy. All right, that's amazing. So, but talk about amazing things. We actually go to round 4, and
oh no, I think the game timed out before Mbruza could. No, before one of them could discard down their cards. Who got the win? Was it Karnag or Mbruza?
Perfect. I see. Actually, Karnag got the win.
Oh my goodness, and Mbruza won on the Tumult. That is crazy.
Oh my goodness.
This wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the small step change. Oh my.
Guys, new game mechanic. Just like right out discarding.
That is so brutal.
Oh boy, that's not good.
Wow.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Commiserations. I feel you for that one. And all right. How about table 11, Pandy? Are you excited to jump into round 4?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we can go to that. So
beautiful. And Pandy, where can the lovely viewers find you, either on YouTube or otherwise?
Just go on this link right now, and then you go on my YouTube video. Also, I'm streaming on Twitch like once a week, the AQC Championship Series. And there's like similar voices that are joining me in, for example, Kelan, Rune, and Freeloader. And I love that we actually got like this fantastic 4 team for our for the stream. It's just like amazing every week. And yeah, that's like the 2 things that you're finding in. I'm also start to figuring out how to regularly use Instagram, but I'm a totally boomer in that actually, because I only use Instagram to send memes.
Nice.
So yeah, but maybe one day I'm also getting to this. But right now you can go to the YouTube channel I post in, or maybe to my Twitch channel, and yeah, there you can find me. Yes.
There you go. Good answer, Pandy. And with that, we are well underway with this match between Kawasaki 2137 and DQ's Aganman 0. This one's actually looking like a pretty solid start for our Fen, I would say. But, it's not a bad one for Kojo either. But yeah, both players currently trading on the Tumult on day 1. Going into day 2 here,
Yes, and
having a Haven Sarengar plus Haven Bravos Bastion opener for the Kojo. But Fen is establishing that ever important magical training loop that is so fundamental to this Fen deck at the moment.
I mean, it's quite interesting to use this magical training loop when aloe vera is sitting there, and like Kojo may be running some removals, but it's not like a usual thing that it's just like keeping on hand directed to beginning, right? But it's actually amazing. So there's like a chance of actually just like using the Heifer again for the magical training to reuse it. And oh, never mind. We just see an Anansi, and I would say afterwards, the magical training is getting back. But right now, it's still like the thing, that the Haven Server can be played in a real life, and Bruiser wouldn't have had the connection to MBG. He played fast enough. Yeah, that's crazy.
And yeah, okay, so Fen now establishing a early Anansi, I would say. And interestingly, I'm actually surprised to see the Anansi come out so soon here, but I think they're just looking to contest really heavily in these opening turns and try to avoid one of the easiest ways that you can fall behind against Kojo, especially in this early to mid-game stage, at which point Kojo's deck is so often filled with 1 and 2 cost characters that can easily overpower you. And Fen just trying to establish this early Anansi and then be able to play it out from reserve potentially here, unless it gets sabotaged away, for just 2 mana can be a really efficient way to try to play through those really dangerous things, and also is often large enough to beat a Buddha. So yeah, we'll see what they end up going for here. There is always some incentive for a Fen to try to play out this aloe vera, and setting up here with a magical training just for 1 mana means that if the Kojo has to commit a little bit too much of their mana to the board, they can potentially play the aloe vera and not have it be able to be removed, which is what they're looking to see here. Fire Rabbit does play around that, though, giving minimal information.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it's still like the Anansi, right? But as you said, it's still 3 mana left, 2 hand cuts, so a high chance actually that some of this could like easily getting removed at this point. So let's see how this will end. I mean, still, even like the removal, we're not getting played. We're still seeing like the Purus Rescuer just like sitting. And you may target another fleeting character, it gains 2 boosts. So being able to also potentially just like progress or even like block some of the expeditions, it depends on. So hard decision for our Fen right now to take a look of, okay, what I'm actually start to focusing right now and to play in general.
Yeah, I mean, I really think the thing that Fen is looking here, other than potentially deploying this Anansi to try to outstat on one of the 2 sides, is a way to pick up one of these magical trainings again. Of course, optimal would be something like Sleight of Hand, but this is really surprising, I think. Playing out the Twinkle Twinkle, I think what they're trying to do here is prevent this Tiny Djinn from going into mana, potentially. But yeah, that's often, like, you don't see this very often with the Twinkle Twinkle getting played out so soon, especially sleeping an opponent's character where they're already threatening a progression and you haven't placed anything into the board yet. But yeah, interesting setup, but it's still, I think looking pretty reasonable for Fen overall. They're doing a great job of stalling things out, and they're not at all falling behind on resources.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I quite understood, like, also, like, using a Twinkle, because with that, the Tiny J, even if it's still, like, potentially sitting on the expedition, right, there's, like, a small chance that you're actually reaching out at, like, an expedition with, like, regions that actually not that good for a Tiny J sitting on there, and you're potentially using the chance that this Tiny J will not going out as a one, like a 2-for-2, in the combination with like the Haven, and also like with the Blade from Reserve effect. So right now still sitting like on this mountain region type, but it doesn't bother at all right now for our Fen. So it's more like of an, hey, it's just like at the end of like, hey, maybe it's like a potential an additional turn that like the Tiny Shake could play it out on the companion side and almost blocking everything out. It's just like sitting here and Fen is being like, okay, have fun with that. So, but it's still sad to see like this trinket early late game, because usually you want to keep it until the late game, right? But
Yep.
I mean, at the end, it was good to play around that. I mean, still, Ackerman just like got 4 hand cuts left, and also just like a Hafer to getting the trinket back in hand. But we will see also an A.W.O.L incaster for that. That is nice. And also, the coach needs to play out more cuts right now from hand. So maybe this trinket actually help a lot. I mean, it depends on what's actually left in hand. If there's like a second Haven, then it's still hard. It's still getting hard, you know. Actually, what I want to ask you, what are you eating for this dinner?
It's not out of the oven yet, but I should actually go grab it in just a moment. But
Oh,
it will
okay.
be it'll just be some chicken. It'll be some
Yeah,
chicken.
okay. I mean, hey, no problem. For remind you, I'm here for that.
Yep. But actually, no, I just did want to mention that Twinkle Twinkle as well. I think the other upside here, outside of trying to prevent that Tiny Jin from going into mana, is also the fact that having Twinkle Twinkle in your reserve is a really important thing for Fen in general. You do want to have access to cost reduction at various stages in the game. And so that is definitely sort of a setup that you'd like to see there, at least in some senses, when it's very not threatening having the Tiny Jin stick around, for example. Just being able to discount on a subsequent turn can be really important.
Yeah.
Other times you're looking to resupply into those effects, quite frankly. But yeah, I mean, I definitely expect that, yeah, it was a solid play overall, especially like this player knows what they're doing, sitting at a comfortable 573 elo is Aganman. Overall, yeah, really, really solid Fen player. So yeah, it's not like an error by any stretch of the imagination playing out that Twinkle Twinkle. It's just not always how you would want to be structuring your ideal game plan in the perfect world, right? But I guess totally makes sense otherwise. It's going to be interesting to see, though, what actually happens for the rest of the day, because Fen looks like they have a ton of options here between the Hathor, between cost reduction, card they're going to end up picking up with the Inkcaster there when it goes to reserve, and whatever else is in their hand. This one looks super complicated for them. Meanwhile, I have a feeling that Kojo's lines are a lot more linear. And with that, I'm just going to grab my stuff out of the oven. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, you can do it. I'm just like reading out the chicken guy is going to get. I'm already also excited what I'm getting to dinner, because when I'm going back to the home of my girlfriend, she told me like what she's cooking, but I was like, that sounds so tasty, but I don't quite understand yet what it actually be at the end. But I'm so excited for that. But until then, guys, I need to rate. I need to rate for my dinner. But we're actually not seeing to rate is actually just like the physical training that getting played out, and on the Bravos Pathfinder, what is actually amazing, considering that it's actually just like got seasoned. I mean, right now, the coach actually potentially needs to throw out away almost every card. It's still got like in a nice expedition. It would be worse for our fan otherwise if this water region type would be just like split so on the other region side for the hero side, right? But it seems good for both of them. I would assume that actually, the Trinket will get back, and for our coach, it will be the maybe the physical training that's getting touched. Should be like that. Also, just like need to think about that coach right now will be the starting player for the 5th turn of this game. And so right now our little Buddha will join in on the companion side. Not being able to block the Alara would be if the mountain and plant region type would be just like into the companion side. So, but we see like a lot of cards just like sitting there on Fence Bar. It's the Tanuki, it's like both of the Ouroboros Incaster that not only being amazing as a 2 cost for playing out, it's also just like the reducing cost if you're discarding the card, so that you have a potential of playing almost everything out of your hand and not losing like any mana would be amazing. And as you can see, the Bravos Pathfinder will be played out on the Hero Expeditioner. We still need to figuring out if there is like a Trinket, what would be amazing for our Kojo if the Bravos Pathfinder would be a target, because usually it's quite hard to actually just like defeating or just like defending or progressing against a 488 for our fan. especially except like there is like another Anansi that's sitting here. But I mean, like with the Haver already getting like discarded to remove another card from hand, it seems like that there's like non-Anansi at all. Also relying on actually the spell set being there. But I mean, it's just like the region type of the plant region that actually our fan still got like a high chance of just like progressing, and this double progression could potentially be also after the Tiny Chin just like got discarded or sabotaged. So let's see what the last two cards will be for our culture. I'm totally interested in. And ooh, it's just like a small pass with the Isumbushi. So right now, just like blocking it out. I mean, there's still like the potential for our fans just like to play out the Ouroboros Incaster in combination with the A.W.O.L. But here we go, the Glove Cocoon is getting played out, so goodbye.
That Pathfinder looking like it was incredibly strong there, but the thing that was so good for our Fen player this turn is the fact that they had resupplied into that Hathor plus Tanuki sabotage effect, meaning that the Kojo player could not hold any information about how they wanted to play out that turn, and were forced to play out their biggest threat immediately, which of course then meets Fen's removal, which is particularly brutal. Of course, it's doubtful whether they would have been able to play around that removal or play that Bravos Pathfinder later into the turn anyway, given the density of one-cost spells, especially that we often see coming out from Fen. But yeah, just overall, it's a beautiful turn for Fen. Really impressive.
Using the turn to trigger also. I mean, what it would be like more amazing. I mean, just like, of course, it's like easier for being outside of the player and just like to take a general overlook. Would be to use the plan of the Trinket maybe like a little bit earlier before to see, okay, what would be the last hand card? Would it be like the physical training? Usually the physical training then may be played on the Bravos Pathfinder. That would be also like a high chance. And then afterwards, just like discarding it. But right now, it seems super good for our fan. Just like coding the Trinket and the Ouroboros Incaster. And I gain 1 boost for each card in each player's reserve, a 2/2 studio disables. That is amazing. And just playing it out directly, so much strong stats coming out. And for our coach, I mean, we still see the physical training, we still see 2 hand cards left, but that seems pretty hard if we're considering about the Trinket that's just like sitting in the reserve. And if there's like not a potential of a sabotage to getting rid of that at least, then it's just like a pure Trinket coming to the Mighty Chin, and still I got 3 mana left, so it's hard actually. But the Trinket could actually do the rest. And oh, okay, we see the Magpang Hoarder being played there. So actually also blocking the companion side. And it seems hard to believe that Culture actually can somehow turn this back, but I would say Fen would take it just like with the Trinket.
Yeah, definitely agreed. And it's not just the Twinkle Twinkle and the Ouroboros Incaster that we know of. It's that if there was like other things going on in Fen's hand, there was a total of 6 mana available for them as well, with the double discount effect from reserve instead. Like, I'm sure they had various ways that they could have taken the game from this point. And yeah, Mighty Jin definitely, can be a really good card. It's just coming out way too late here.
Yes, exactly. But at the end, congrats on that. Coach was still like thinking maybe how this could be turned on the other side. But I mean, at this state of the game, if you know, like, okay, there's like only 1 expedition left that I need to progress, or that like my opponent as a fan need to progress, and the Trinket is sitting here, if you don't have any chances of prevent like 2 Trinkets getting easily played out, or let's say like 8 mana, then it seems pretty hard to get against it. So congrats on that for our fan player. So we still got like some games going on.
Table 18 maybe?
Table 18. Oh yeah, that seems. Oh yeah, Wesh against SUD. Oh, is this also like a new team I never heard of before?
Again, I am not familiar with them. They have not reached out to me as of yet, at least, and told me a little bit about themselves. So no clue on the dossier quite yet. But yeah, I guess there's a ton of new teams popping up, different acronyms, lots of stuff everywhere, which is definitely exciting. One of the cool things about their build on this Basira is, interestingly, that they're running these rare copies of Garrick, Revered Duelist, which is
Yeah.
not a card that we see every day. And yeah, it's really neat actually seeing it or not in play, but that it was in play at some point in this game. And then, of course, Wesh on their classic Lindaway, they did manage to win a Tumult Championship with the deck, so good for them.
Yeah, that's totally true, and it's also like the biggest. How do we say it? It's like the biggest tumor that actually being uploaded on 39 cards, right? With 36 players, was it? Oh no, sorry, it was a different. It was the Death Use at this. Actually, I started to use Duolingo for learning French. For all those French people, Equinox, I'm learning French. Hey,
The stream is in
Oh.
French from now on. Is that what you're saying, Pandy?
Yeah, we will switch to French if I figured out how to speak it.
Pas de problème, mon ami.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be really funny.
Oh, actually, yeah. I mean, I have
Either-
like still 2 languages left, so it's like French, and it's also just like Italian that I'm learning. with
Ooh,
Duolingo.
nice.
Yeah, because I have like half of our family is living in Italy, down in, it's called Strongoli. It's like the next bigger city is Crotone, so it's actually on the feet, down on the south of Italy. And so I actually so excited always when I have like a week or 2 weeks to just like relax there, because it's just like a regular day, because there's also like sometimes the summer breaks, like for 3 to 4 months, right? In Italy, I don't know like exact, but it should be like around 3 months. And then everyone is just like relaxing there. And the most funny part is there, like many Italians that living in Germany actually also living like in the southern states, or just like in Crotone, or just like in Strongoli, because it's very cheap to just like own like a property there, right? And so you're always being there, and you don't need to learn Italian because they see you are German, and then they're being like, oh hey. they're like, oh, your nickname, yeah, it sounds German, and then they start German with you to talk, and it's always amazing to just like join in. It's like amazing. So
very impressive, Pandy, but
Yeah.
even more impressive is the
Archetype.
card advantage.
It's the Archetype.
No, the sheer card advantage that Wesh
card
on the
advantage?
Lindaway has
Ooh, yeah.
developed of this game. CMX972 here on the Basira, spending a good amount of time thinking about where and what they were going to play, whether it was worth potentially playing out that Hua Mulan unique from reserve before it could potentially get sabotaged, but then without getting any advantage from the effect other than just potentially returning a Moth Lantern to hand or something. However, they ended up choosing to go for the A.W.O.L. I like that line in general, especially because it does prevent what they know of are guaranteed threats in the reserve from coming out this day, but also in that sometimes the 4-cost A.W.O.L. can actually be pretty challenging to remove. Off you go, of course, a known entity from any Izmir deck, and yeah, off you go does not hit A.W.O.L. So definitely a good start, I would say. For the Basira, but again, they are being buried under the massive weight of all of the advantage that Wesh has generated, largely from the uniques they've played this game already. But they also check out that discard pile: 3 Moonlight Jellyfish in there and 3 Gift of Self.
Yeah.
My goodness.
It's just like, yeah, and you heard right, Sergeant Simon, there is the Hero Mulan also getting played out, and if you control one of my landmarks, then it's actually losing fleeting, and also just like return every time a card. That is an amazing card, but it's still like the fact that actually, Kelan told before, it's just like the AWOL and the Wesh just like got so many resources left, so they actually being able to play out everything and still not losing like anything compared to like this one. And so right now, our Basira CMX, they're just like actually really wants to just like at least to say, okay, I want to progress. It's an RPG from a French studio that's been getting a lot of hype. Expedition 33. I mean, I'm so out of like new games that coming out. The last new game I've heard of was like actually only Monster Hunter Rise, because I'm a big Monster Hunter enjoyer and I play it like almost every day and got already like a couple of hours. And also the Oblivion Remastered, because I'm also played before like the old version and preferred to over Skyrim. Talking about preferring stuff, the story figure I also would love to have like from my own. But this is the double pro question, and that's the win for Lindy. So whatever Resh is cooking outside of online play, it's working really, really well.
It looked like there was a lot of friendly banter going on in the chat.
Yeah,
It was very funny.
I don't
Mulan
understand
Unique, CMX
so
saying like, "Oh, I'm going to return your studious disciple to hand. You will see," with the Hua Mulan effect, of course, which was pretty funny indeed. And yeah, Wesh handily taking this one after playing out so much card advantage. By the way, quick little shout out, the Altered Aces Twitch channel. Highly recommend any of you go check that one out. I believe actually this morning it was Wesh themselves who were streaming a little bit of talking about spoilers, I believe, from the new set, Whispers of the Maze. So yeah, definitely worth checking out, especially if you're a French speaker. But yeah, and then otherwise, of course, if you are interested in some, Whispers from the Maze content, check out our tournament on Sunday. It's going to be super exciting.
Yes. Oh yeah, they did it on. How does this tabletop simulator? Is it called like that? I'm seeing new cards there. Playing. That's interesting. Yeah. Sadly, they're not streaming today. So otherwise, I would say check out the stream. Say hello from the English cast, but they're not streaming today. That's sad.
Unlucky.
usually at least one of the members actually streams, and we did it yesterday too. 9 hours of stream. Oh, whew. Those are times that maybe someday. We're also streaming as HSC, right? Yes. Yeah. You heard it.
So true.
You heard it here, guys. 9 hours stream, only order it. My biggest stream. No, but actually, beside that, we still got like a couple of games left. So if you want, we can go to table 2. There is Meltdown actually playing against Zerdek.
Cool.
And it would be interesting to see Meltdown playing outside of a non-unique series.
True.
And as you can see, non-unique at all? Maybe. Continuing on, staying on this, we covered all the image card on. Oh, that is amazing.
Yeah, notably in this game that we've jumped into, then Meltdown against Seardek 1209. No uniques have been played by either player thus far, which is pretty interesting, especially on table 2. That's really impressive. But overall, looks like Seardek on Fen is showing us the power of Haven Sarengar. 3 copies in their deck, and all of them have been played out thus far, or at least have been seen. Meanwhile, Basira chugging along with classic Basira things. Chiron, for example, nice aggressive pieces. Of course, Fire Rabbit, definitely an all-star. Their own common Haven Sarengars and some sabotage effects. Of course, married with the all-important Aklut for that strategy, which is absolutely the linchpin of the Basira game plan at this point.
Yes. And it's actually quite funny always to see like fun in general, just like how at least also like the rares actually just like be placed on the deck. So there are like deck lists that's like only, for example, like only one Haven. There's like deck lists with like, as we can see right there, with 3 Havens or like non-Haven Sarengars and all. And it also continue with every other card that you're seeing. I mean, the most based cards, I would say, that you're always seeing is like the Ouroboros Incaster, the Magical Training, and both of them also played 3 times. So those are like the baseline up, and also like the off you go, and everything else, I would say it's just like depends on the player who's actually playing, right? So I'm super excited because it seems like more and more people are going to just like start to touch Fan. And actually, I have the feeling of like that we talked before, like with the T-shirt player gap of like they're like the T-shirt players and like the T-shirt players, and the same is happening with Fan because Fan is getting more and more popular right now, right? So it's super amazing to see that. Fan was the first deck that I've built out of a display back in the day when I actually bought my first display of Order It. And so I'm so excited to see this deck being back in action. Being back in action with the Chiron will be played out as the first card. So 1 target character against 1 boost. Actually, guess who it will be. It will be the Chiron himself. And City Playtents are being there. I mean, there's like a small chance that our Fan actually could have another Tanuki on hand, but it seems not like that. So the Haven Serengar will be played out. Right now, it could be a progression Sailing Fan. Why Sealing Fan?
Ceiling fan.
Ceiling Fan? Why Ceiling Fan? What does it mean?
Yeah, maybe he's referring to the very high skill ceiling that deck has, especially playing a lot of cards like Magical Training
Oh,
and
that is the
having
ceiling.
so many options as far as how you structure your turns. It is a very high skill cap deck, and I think that a lot of really competent players are gravitating to it resultingly. And there's also, as you mentioned before, a lot of ways of building it that are slightly different and can reflect your individual playstyle pretty well.
Yeah.
Players like A.W.O.L, for example, are often playing the deck without cards like Aloe Vera, and almost every other Fen that I know of is playing Aloe Veras. They're incredibly strong in a lot of cases.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
and virtually all of these cards that we're seeing here, other than potentially Anansi as one of those critical pieces as well, and as you mentioned, the Ouroboros Inkcaster, have been a little bit more flexible. We see, very widely varying numbers for that hero. Basira, I think, is a little bit more streamlined in some cases. Once the best lists of that deck got quickly, or not even quickly, were slowly identified over Trial by Frost, I think everyone has largely been gravitating towards much more streamlined lists for Basira.
Yes.
But yeah, and then you were mentioning Fen being the first deck you built in for Altered, I believe. For me, it was after the season 1 of Ace. I got second. I lost to Pluka playing Waru. And then they removed, or not, this was even before they removed Waru functionally with the Robin Hood errata. We went into the break weeks for Ace, which we were supposed to not take particularly seriously. But I was hungering for wins because I got second place and I was very bitter about it. So I brought Fen to the no Ordis break week, and yeah, that was fun.
Talking about fun stuff, so actually you're taking the game just like with the previous Playdancer, because there wasn't anything for our thing right now. But yeah, you're right. It's just like now it makes sense, Cole. I googled up what it is. But actually, yeah, it's right. So if you're seeing like the best version, then there are like only like less like really small changes, and depends on the player who's playing. But for Fen, you're also right. There are like a base set that you're always playing. I mean, every is like different, built different. I mean, it's just like the fact that almost every deck that Every is playing is named basically like, I should not play that, I should not build that, I should never show that, and that is winning with those deck lists. So
meanwhile,
this is like
though,
crazy. Yeah.
It's crazy though that with that 2 mana remaining, Fen was completely unable to do anything.
Yeah,
there
it was just like crazy.
The game plan that the Basira had with the uniques that was out, the Haven Bravos Bastion, just too strong it seemed, and Sirdeck unable to fight their way through the pressure that Meltdown was putting on with Basira. So again, a surprising hero, or at least one that I would say like even a month and a half ago people weren't thinking was going to be particularly great, is looking awesome.
Yes. And continuing about Fen, we see another Fen just like playing. And as you can see, the same baseline, Magical Training, Ouroboros Inkcaster, but then also a card that sometimes getting played, it's the Emerald Asgard Outcast, because sometimes you have so many cards on reserve, just like discarding, trying everything out, and it seems like for at least the next turn that our Fen actually could go back to the entire deck. And what is the basis of the current Basira meta deck? That's a good question. Do you have an answer for that, Kelan? The base setup.
That is a really good question. I think in general, it's just a solid core of the really good, cheap Bravos characters in general.
Yeah.
So that being things like, of course, Haven Serengar at common, super critical to any Bravos deck at the moment. That is truly the glue that came out in Trial by Frost that was not there in Beyond the Gates. And I think the primary reason why we're seeing the massive resurgence of Bravos into the game, or into the metagame rather.
Yeah.
But in general, a lot of small aggressive pieces, and then paired with Aklut at the top end. Those are really the most critical dynamics. And then typically some copies of Helping Hand, and then other effects that can potentially give boosts. Haven Bravos Bastion, of course, Definitely also a critical linchpin because it does enable that hero ability when you play a card from reserve then.
Yeah. So GG on that, and we're already on round 5. Still after round 5, 2 more rounds going up. Still 50 players are playing. So Kelan, do you want to start to focus on the higher tables right now, or just like pick out any person that we didn't saw before?
One more fun round. Let's go.
More fun round. Okay, because on table 25, there's actually Grand G and the Silver, and those are both names that I never like saw before in the tournament. So maybe like new players.
I've seen the silver, but
Okay.
Cringe, I have not seen.
Oh,
so.
this is so sad, guys. Look at this. So Crin seems like a newer player going into the tournament and losing the above 100 elo. That is sad. Oh man, I feel so sorry sometimes for that. But I'm still
Wait,
happy that you can play.
can lose elo under 100?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I thought you could only gain.
Oh no, there's like some potential things. I'm not sure how. I'm actually not sure how.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But it
Fair
seems
enough.
like so the game is not still going on, but
Let's hope they join the game.
Yep. But as long the game, it's still going to figuring out when it will start it, guys. The newest thing, already just like for those who joined in new on the stream, head out directly to the news posted, actually auto posted about the A.W.O.L X Equinox tournament, and it will be a Whispers from the Maze demo deck showcase where you being able on Sunday at the start of 4 p.m. CET until 12 a.m. if you're being going to the top 16 card to actually try out the newest cards in form of a demo deck. So you have for every faction a deck that you can potentially play. You can sign up there on I forgot, on Tuesday? Thursday. I'm
From
sorry.
Thursday.
From Thursday on, the stream will be hosted here on the A.W.O.L channel. And as it seems, it will be Kelan Guy and me, Pandy Andy, joining in, and this will be an amazing time. I'm already excited for that.
And maybe some others, I'm not sure,
some others, but I know
possible.
we're both being here.
Yeah.
We can't
But
say it like that.
It's really good that you mentioned this again, though, because
Yeah.
I can't overstate how important this is.
Yeah.
I know I'm someone who's been calling for a long time that hopefully Equinox would actually promote using their own news specifically related to online tournaments, and this is a massive show for the legitimacy of online events like this. So I'm really hoping that everyone who's able to, everyone who enjoys BGA tournaments, whether that's AWOL, Ace, Go for Altered, NUC, AQZ championships, my bi-weekly when that was still a regular thing. Join in, play it, have some fun, and get to check out some of the new cards while you're at it. That should be really exciting. So please, please, please come make that a big success. It's really, really important if you like BGA tournament gameplay.
And I remember like so many discussions about like online game in general, right? So I'm so excited to start this post. I also remember back in the day when like Simon actually also got like a post for himself as a personal. So there was like the first, I would say, like in touch with like those online tournaments actually being a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember back, and also like if Cole, just like the guy behind the ace, just like getting posted. So it's super amazing. And if you have the time, guys, for the Sunday, join in so that we can actually see, hey, if you're creating a tournament that shows 512 players, then next time you need to make it sure it's going for 1,000 players, because we make it full. So make sure to ask your friends, because now your friends basically get the free chance of just like playing. You just like need to create an account, just like play in this tournament, and then you can try out the new decks. So if you have a friend or just like a neighbor or just like a family member saying like, hey, I don't want to spend like so much money for the pre-releases, then say like, hey, there's like an online tournament and you can play it from any device that's being able to handling Board Games Arena, and saying like, hey, maybe you want to join to me in, and then the rest is history. Because even if you're being experienced with the game or new, a new set also means new mechanics, so everyone is getting like the same chance. The maximum is 512 players.
And
But yeah,
speaking of joining in, this
the
game
game started.
is
Yeah.
well underway between
And
Lindaway,
ooh,
Kreen DG on Lindaway, and
yeah,
the silver on Fen. Maybe you thought we've seen enough Fen today already, but this is clearly something very different. The cards from both players actually very
yeah,
non-standard that are coming out so far. Nissa from Fen, being an interesting little card advantage piece there, does resupply another not so commonly seen card in this Heimdall. Definitely pretty interesting. It is the common and does only have the ability to switch a character's expeditions when played from hand. So if it is played out from reserve, we won't be seeing that. But of course, there is some possibility with the Lyra faction of putting that card back into hand, so that it could make use of that effect. Meanwhile, the common Baba Yaga being played out by our Lindaway player. Common
yeah,
Baba Yaga, interestingly, not the most common choice. Oftentimes just the raw stats of the rare have been what draws players to play that card, it just being a really strong opening play in a lot of cases, and otherwise
yeah.
can contest well in expeditions. But both players tied to start it off, and I think Fen just passed their day 2.
Yes, just like past. It's an interesting. That's interesting, right? Just like to pass it, because even if like of thinking, hey, I want to keep something, you still could play something out because it's still like a chance of like getting either just like sabotaged or just like that. But there's like a rare chance sometimes that this could be like a misclick. sometimes, sometimes I've heard it could be the chance for that. But anyway, so right now the Lindy still could like figuring out, and yeah, just like playing out the Baba Yaga. So a double progression again for our Lindy. So the next upcoming turn also being the started player. So yes, and still we see like a Tanuki and a Niece. Also a non-common card, as you mentioned, to being played.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still like amazing because it's got like those effect that most of the times if you see a card, it's basically like those uniques that's saying like roll a die and then resupply or draw a card, resupply, exhaust, resupply. So that is amazing to see.
Yeah. Something that happened last turn at least made me think that it might be a good time to mention one of the things that we often try to do here from the commentary table when we see
Yeah.
certain lines from certain players.
Hmm?
So oftentimes in many cases it wouldn't be an optimal sabotage to, when your opponent has already passed and will have to discard down in their reserve, to sabotage something away, because you're getting a little bit less value out of it,
Yeah.
because there is a card that would otherwise have to be discarded away at night from the reserve. But interestingly, the card that they went after was that Heimdall that we mentioned earlier at 4 cost, 4/4/4, pretty reasonable stats. But if I had to guess, that sort of line of play makes me think, especially with the focus on the 4 cost character there, that Lindaway likely has something like an Off You Go in hand, meaning that that Heimdall would be a particularly good threat in comparison to the other characters that we're seeing out of them, because of the fact that Off You Go just simply cannot hit a 4 cost character. So if I had to read into their line of play, my guess would be that there's a Off You Go sitting there in Lindaway's hand somewhere.
Yeah. Totally agreeing on that. And so continuing with that is also still like the new turn. I mean, what could be like the potential chance? I mean, there could still something that just like sacrifice, of course. Who would guess that, right? That this could be like the case. So, and okay, we see the moon like jellyfished getting played out on the Hero Expeditioner. So I would say there is like an either gift of self, just like sitting on the hand, or maybe like something else for that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a gift of self, but otherwise there's a chance that it could be something like a Baba's Isba coming out here
Could be
towards the end
also,
stages
yeah.
of the turn, and I think that would be really the optimal setup if they do have
It
it.
would be so amazing for them. Yes.
I also just want to note, like, our top player, the Lindaway player here, is, I believe, the lowest elo player in the tournament, which means
for now,
that
yes.
they're at least newer, at least to BGA for this,
Yeah.
at least with that account as well. And I just want to just state it's really impressive as well seeing someone who's newer pick up a deck, especially one like Lindaway. I think the lines when you're playing Lindaway, I mean, you'll recognize this when you're playing against it. It's incredibly complicated because you can never really know what side of the board the stats are going to end up on particularly well. Of course, you know where the Maw goes, but you don't know what will end up getting sacrificed. The threat of cards like Moth Lantern, it makes your math incredibly complex, but it's equally so when you're actually playing the hero. There's so much math you have to be doing. There's so many like little calculations with mana numbers and when you can play certain cards that you otherwise cannot without conceding multiple expedition progressions. So
yes,
seeing someone here with a lower elo number playing a hero like that is particularly exciting to me. I think
it's actually exciting, and it's also just like because usually I would say now if you join in, there's like the rare chance that you actually just like heard about this card game for yourself, right? It's more of like maybe like someone in the local was playing it, or you just like at least know someone, and then just saying like, okay, he basically told me like every meta deck I will play Lindy. It seems cute, no, but it's like actually interesting because I remember when we're getting like newer players, they're always choosing like almost every time between a Kojo, Jisha, or Sigisma. That's always like those 3 decks they want to play at the beginning, because it seems also like the starter decks that always have been getting recommended. And yes, and again, oh, right, hold on. Someone is ringing. I think it's the same old neighbor. Hold on a second. I think something was happened. I quickly need to go.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Good luck. Well, don't worry. I am perfectly happy commentating Fen against Lindaway, these being 2 of my absolute favorite heroes at the moment. Notably as well, this is an Icebound Tundra build of Fen, which I guess does explain why we would see characters like Nissa coming out, which are a little bit less standard from the deck overall. They are trying to make use of those 0 statistic characters that are pretty common in Lyra. Of course, we see that a lot more often with Aurak, but there's definitely some advantages to playing Fen over Aurak instead of going for the potential pop-off value of being able to get lucky, hit a Hydrocana or some other really exciting Sky Whale, for example, the Kaibara itself, something like that. That Aurak can sometimes do, but in this case, Fen just has raw consistency and good card advantage overall, so that can definitely be an advantage if you're trying to put together an Icebound Tundra strategy. So yeah, Fen is behind on the Tumult pretty significantly, but there's definitely a possibility here, though, that they might be able to come back with this Tundra. But this is a critical piece then coming out from Lindaway, the Baba's Isba. And that one is so important because one of the things that Fen often excels at is saying after you to your opponent again and again. And Lindaway is probably the only hero that can really fight on that axis particularly well, and Baba's Isba is critical for it. Also notably here, on just this turn on its own, it does threaten to be able to sacrifice this Moonlight Jellyfish. It'll add a couple boosts over to that Maw, but also draw them yet another card, not just the one from playing the Isba, but now the one for sacrificing the rare Moonlight Jellyfish out of Izmir, which when it is fleeting and is sacrificed, you get to draw a card. So, of course, more and more card advantage then coming out from Lindaway. And yeah, it does appear that Lindaway will be progressing, at least on that companion side. But, this line wins to the Tooth Fairy that is currently in reserve for Lindaway if they see that they are indeed on the mountain expedition. And Fen has been unable as of yet to play anything with a mountain stat line onto that hero expedition. So, wow, Lindaway does take that one. I had a feeling that was going to go another turn or two, but no, looks like, Lindaway closes this one out right now. And yet again, I am left here on my lonesome, of course, joined by Pandy Andy's wonderful chair. I'm Kelan Guy. This is, again, the Monday weekly number 15 of AWOL Season 2. And I did mention it before, but this is the second to last chance tournament for qualifying for the Invitational on Saturday for those of you who are not yet qualified. And if you're not part of this tournament trying to get your qualification here, again, Wednesday night, that is your last chance. So yeah, might be a late night for any of you Europeans who are trying to stick it out and potentially snag your invite for Saturday. But of course, if you are looking to play Altered this weekend and you do not have an invite for that, one, you're welcome to hang out in the stream. We have a awesome commentator cast that we're going to be bringing you all the matches together with, but then also the amazing admin team from AWOL will be heavily involved there as well. So you should get to hear pretty much everyone's lovely voices. Should be really awesome. And then, of course, if you want to be playing Altered yourself and you're not qualified for that invitational, again, that Whispers from the Maze demo deck event on Sunday, that will be the best chance. So that should be tons of fun. Make sure you sign up. And for that one, you can check out the altered.gg news site. Welcome back, Pandy.
Oh man, it's like an amazing story. So basically, it's like a retired old person, right?
While you're telling the story, Pandy, let's go table 8.
Yeah, we can go to table 8. So
no, table 7. I had it wrong.
Okay, yeah, we can do it like that. And so we started to just like talk each other because there was like, and during the time when I started to live here, I also had like a bigger injury, so I had a lot of time just like sitting at home. And now retired, and if I have a suggestions for like retired old people, I'm always saying like, hey, if you get enough money, just buy a PC and play video games. And now he's got into his hands of PlanetSide 2, for those who remember that game. PlanetSide 2. It's being like an old game.
No way.
It's like a massive multiplayer game. And I said it to him back in the days because I was like playing it for myself. And I was also in a clan where we did like twice a week like big expeditions of like 100 players being in a team speak, and then you had like a specific positioner of doing something. So guys, amazing thing. And now he had like, sometimes I said like, if you have a question, just like ring, and he didn't do that like the last couple of weeks, like during the Monday, but now he did it because he wanted to tell me something. And then I was like, yeah, check it. I want to check it. And then he showed me on the screen.
Andy, can I guess, were you a Terran Republic guy?
No, I was in the blue faction, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was. Yes.
I was a Vanu guy. Yeah.
there was the German Nightmare. This was the clan back in the day where me and my cousin and a friend of mine actually played, and my uncle also was part of this clan. And I remember like the first time when we played. I need to show you to that, guys. I'm so sorry. So for those who are new, if I'm telling a story, I need to finish it. I need to finish it. So if you know PlanetSide, it's just like it's basic. So hold on, I can show it to you. Yes.
I mean, so, speaking of finishing it, well, just to quickly break in while you're saying that, this joyride here nimbly is getting Athanas ahead on that hero expedition, which is really critical there. They do not double progress because that is an Isatok in play, preventing the other expedition from moving forward. But I think that was a really critical progression there for Athanas. Lindaway's chances of coming back were really heavily riding on there not being a way to just add those additional stat points over to that Tooth Fairy on the Kira side. So it's a pretty bad position for them. You can continue, Pandy. Feel free.
Okay, so PlanetSide 2 it's just like basically, so you had like several maps that you played, right, guys? And then you had like several factions, and each faction, it was just like basically, so you start to conquer some points, and you did it of like conquering, you had like a spot that you need to protect, and then you fight against each other, and there were like big clans back in the day. And so you had like potential chance of actually going into wars of like 50 versus 50 players. It's amazing. And the first time I've played it, I remember there's like a base that is like your headquarter, and it's a rare chance that actually this could get actually conquered, because you have like, there's like every person that's playing spawning on that base. And I remember when we played like our third day, actually the red faction here was on our base. And so you had like, you can see it like here, you had like a small line here that was the only way of protecting it. And then you had like, I'm not joking, like 300 players of us sitting here, the red faction just like starting to fighting. And then we had like 3 to 4 hours straight battles. And I remember how we conquered each spot back. This is like amazing. So if you want to have like a massive multiplayer game, just like check it out. It's like no ad or something. Maybe I need to say that, but this was just like amazing, and I'm happy that this old man is started playing it now and have the same experience like me, with the game, because I always feel like when old people start playing computer games, they always like those tactic games, right? And I mean, it's like a tactical game, because the least times that you did on PlanetSide was actually just like go in and just like shooting. Most of the times you just like conquering spots and just like staying on there for like hours.
Hey,
Yeah.
I hope you all like that advertisement there. Of course, Pendy has to pay for his sports cars somehow.
Yeah, yeah.
And with me eating into his budget for the AQZ Championships
Yeah.
commentary, hey, you got to get it somehow. But yeah, currently we just
Back
see
to
a
the
beauty
game.
sleep
Yes.
being played by the Afanas onto this larger Isatok.
Yeah.
Isatok, it
Seems
does
like.
sometimes present a challenge for Afanas, specifically because, again, I keep talking about it, off you go, just cannot hit these larger cards.
Yeah.
But of course, the best way of dealing with them is indeed Beauty Sleep. 1 mana to essentially completely make this 5/5 cost Isatok completely useless here. And yeah, this one is well and truly going into Afanas' hands. Just so many options here, and yeah, lots of ways to take it.
Yes. So, congrats on Romomo for taking the spot. Also, there was like players like Romomo that maybe I just like forgot, or maybe just like saw once. Always amazing. I see those players sitting them on 542 elos. I still need to manage to get over 300 because I'm always playing roulette with my elo, trying out new decks on my main account. So yeah, we still got some games left, and still, guys, we're into round 5, still going on to round 6 and 7 before the tournaments end, and then there's a last chance on Thursday for the hour Thursday, so more on American time zone related. For us in Europe, it would be around starting 1 to 2 a.m. on Thursday, if I remember correct, and usually American time zones would be on Wednesday. Just like check it out. And this tournament and the next tournament will be the last chance to actually qualify for the CC2 Invitational. So if you didn't take the step or the chance, you can do it right now. And talking about the next step, we can also just like step to another game if you want to.
Yeah, maybe 15?
Yes. Oh, yes, we can do
Cool.
it. Otherwise, is against Les Fouc. Oh, I don't know French, but we have a subscription thing above. Great request, but just subscribed. Thank you so much.
Funny.
I didn't
But this
notice.
is the Rin player that we saw earlier with the pretty sweet Rin uniques, the synergistic ones. And yeah, it looks like they have been fighting their way back. They did take a loss earlier, but I think they're doing pretty well overall, or at least respectably so. And yeah, fighting against a Nevenka here. Interestingly, this Nevenka build has Hooked in it, which is always really fun to see, especially at Alira, where it's a little bit less common.
Yeah.
But otherwise, just some classic good cards. There's a Mage Dancer unique sitting in reserve, as are the classic spells, Magical Training, Off You Go. Yeah, just some of the best spells that you can be playing at the moment.
Totally agreeing on that. Whoop. So, seems right now. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Also, just like take a look to Nevenka. Oh, nothing to see that much. Sitting on there, but actually still amazing to see Nevenka. Also from someone from A.W.O.L Aces playing Nevenka. And as you can see, it's one of those amazing mage dancers, this return a card. I stopped using them because, I've got poisoned with them. I've got poisoned from those cards. Never playing Nevenka with my mage. I still got them. I still have them left. But it's just like, guys, it's addicting. And that you're playing it out and you just like started continuing rolling the dice and prefer to doing that instead of actually just like winning the expeditions. But it seems right now that our win actually got a good chance of progressing, at least in one of the expeditions. I mean, still got like
Yeah.
never got 4 mana left, It's still like
No, I
yes.
totally agree. I think this
Mm?
Daughter of Yggdrasil is one of the most important cards that they could have
Mm.
had here. Frankly, the card advantage that Nevenka will gain out of this really doesn't matter much because they just had so many cards already. So it's essentially no downside, 3 mana, 5/5/3. It doesn't really get better than that outside of potentially some uniques.
Yeah.
And yeah, meanwhile, of course, this Nevenka could potentially just fire off an Off You Go, for example, to get rid of it, but that would cost pretty much all of their remaining mana, meaning that they would at least be losing one progression to the Persephone on the other side, for example.
Yeah.
Meaning that, yeah, these players are both still in the game here. It does look like, as you said, that there should be a progression found here by Rin. Of course, Nevenka will progress as well. It's not looking good for Rin, but they are alive.
Mm. Yes. So would be a 1/1, and oh no! I mean, it's still okay. Guys, sorry. It was just like flashbacks from those dice. Is the base patch live yet, or only the new set release? The the patch with the Baba Yaga and tapping head substantion and everything else is live now. Yes, so this is live now on Board Games Arena.
Pandy Andy does actually regularly go to a group therapy session for PTSD, and there's a bunch of like war veterans there, and it's really tragic. And the only thing going in Pandy's head is just dice, just rolling again and again,
like
and they're ones. They're all ones.
Yeah. So now you know what I'm doing in my free time.
Anyhow, yeah, okay. The fact that the progression is well from Rin, the fact that it came on that companion side, did mean that they were able to use that hero ability. And suddenly, I am still a little concerned for Nevenka, actually. Like, virtually never am I really worried when you see a player with, 10 cards in hand looking at, 4 from the other side. But Rin is one of these surprising decks where there could be some stats that come out if it is, oh no, all of the uniques have been played out by the Rin already. So, okay, no crazy stats that could come out from a unique there. So really, yeah, they're reliant on playing copies of cards like Daughter of Yggdrasil again, just again and again, in order to hope to get a win. But it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, but just like, look how many cards. On a rank. Well, can I talk now? Yeah, I can talk now. Just like coding enhanced, actually, Kyuko told us FUG versus AA is a foreshadowing of the semi-winner on the French Roti series. They fight for more than ever here. They fight for mental edge. All right. Would be interesting if this would be also streamed, the French Roti series, to take a look on that. And right now, so maybe Kyuko, could you help up for what is sending Le Fouque?
What I have no clue. No clue. Again,
I have no clue still, yeah.
They have not been in contact with me, and so they are not on the magical dossier, the Batman file, as Kohlrabi calls it. So yeah, not quite sure. But yeah, currently Nevenka just showing off all the things that really good spells of theirs can do. Of course, multiple Off You Goes will be plenty to steal it here, in addition to the characters that we already see. I mean, again, presuming that no one is rolled, but Martingale definitely prevents that from happening. So yeah, Nevenka nimbly taking that, uses, I think, 5 of their hand cards in order to make something like that happen. That is the advantage you get when you've built up such a massive card advantage lead. You can just play super card inefficiently, and it will win you the game. It's really good drawing cards.
Congrats on that. And just like to say, I used the Google translation. If someone didn't just like, Le Fouque stands for I'm running away of them. So I'm running away from Ace because there's like Le Fouque Ace. Would be a funny name. So maybe someone in the chat can help out. But anyway, we actually still got like a team battle on table 11. It's Karnak against Matri. If you want to, can we join it?
Yeah, I love that. Sounds good.
And being there another, I for sure did not. Okay, how the Batman Firefly so
we've jumped into someone saying GG.
That is amazing. So continue saying. Alright, this seems not good. Rare your characters. Oh, almost everyone just like being there. And using the off you go.
Yeah, they're just playing cards. Well, why not? If you have them, your opponent doesn't, and it doesn't matter anyway. Hey, you're allowed to use your remaining time after they pass. Play your cards, have fun. Of course, yeah, negative 1 minute and 47 seconds as well. Hey, maybe the game kicks you. But yeah, it does appear to go handily in the favor of Madry, actually. Some sweet uniques they have for sure. I've been victimized recently on ladder by Madry and the pretty sweet one cost spindle harvesters there. But yeah, some really good stuff.
And Joe just like talking about the Batman fights.
Of course.
I remember then there's like a funny video. For there's like for the Flash instead of this bomb, there is like the Looney Tunes reference where Batman is saying like, "Oh yeah, I will paint a tunnel on this wall," and then you think you need to run through it, and then you crash into the wall and stuff like that. And it's all just like Looney Tunes reference that he's getting for Flash. It's just like amazing. But talking about amazing things, guys, if we didn't say that right now, you have a chance of doing an amazing thing on Sunday. It's the Whispers from the Maze Demo Deck online tournament on BGA in collaboration of the A.W.O.L with Equinox, the people behind Ordered. If you didn't know who actually made Ordered, it's Equinox himself. So there you have a chance to test out some amazing demo decks. And with the new upcoming set, you can win 20 Whispers from the Maze promo boosters and 6 Whispers from the Maze boosters if you're being one of those 6 people. It will be starting on Sunday, 25th May on Board Games Arena. It will go around 4 to like 12 a.m. It depends on how far you're getting away. Also, the registration will start on Thursday, the 21st May on 4 p.m. in the CET time. So check out the Discord server from A.W.O.L, also the social media, and just like read out the news that actually Equinox shared if you didn't do so. And as I said it like almost before, if you have a friend that don't want to go to any pre-releases, telling him, hey, just sit on your PC, mobile phone, tablet, I don't know, whatever, on your TV, if it's making happen to actually being on Board Games Arena, on your PlayStation, whatever, and say like, hey, maybe you want to join in, trying out this card game with the new stacks and maybe win something, would be amazing. So join in for that. And talking about join in, I would also just like join into table 21, Techifier against A.W.O.L, so we can see what they're actually playing. And it's another Lindy. So we didn't see any Sigismund right now.
No,
actually, that's interesting.
Dead hero. You take away the Baba Yaga, and they all go away crying.
Yes.
No, but you're totally right though. Join in that event if you can. But I would also say if you can't join in, we get it. But you know, maybe put on the YouTube stream. Maybe listen in. It's gonna be super fun, and you get to see us fail to pronounce new card names correctly. So that's always really exciting.
Yeah, guys, you could join us in for the Sunday stream. I mean, why not? Why not? I would watch us actually.
I would watch us too, but you know, I'll be too busy to watch us.
Yeah, I would be too busy, so I need to stop the cast if I would watch us. So actually, round 6 started.
Yes.
And now we can actually maybe focus on the final table. There are actually only 2 players left that actually being on 5 and 5, and it's actually crazy because they play against each other. So at the first time, that is even more crazy. Right, guys, look at this. For the first time, if Saban or its Rinko is winning, they need to actually defend their they actually need to defend their spot, because there's a chance that they're losing the next round and someone actually could take the first place, right?
Yeah, this does happen pretty often when there's fewer registrations than what the tournament is essentially capped for with the number of rounds. You can sometimes be the last undefeated player in an event and still end up not getting first if you lose that final round. Of course, it depends on the interesting at sometimes tiebreaker system, of course. But in general, I tend to take the approach that anyone who reaches the certain total like win-loss result at the end of the tournament, they're all essentially tied with one another. But yeah, regardless, currently as you mentioned, our two undefeated players still, it's Rinku and Zaben. So we will be seeing who the one remaining undefeated player is at the end of this match.
Yes.
Want to jump into that game?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Sure. I'm just like waiting until this, and it's actually a battle between Germany and America, United States.
Yeah, we've never had that before.
Yeah, we never had that before. I don't remember. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah. I don't remember. I believe we saw Zaven earlier. What could you remind me what they were playing? If you happen to know,
he's playing Afanas.
Okay,
I know him.
All right.
I know him. So
Yeah.
actually, I brought him to the tournaments. There really are A.W.O.L. DC animated movies are goated. Cozy.
You people debating superheroes in the chat. I can't get behind any of this, guys.
I only know Spider-Man and Batman, Superman, Spider-Man.
Once these superheroes enter Altered, I will happily admit that they're pretty cool, or not, depending on if they're printed for Ortis faction or not.
I mean, we see by the Secret of Layers for Magic that using every series that's existing is not good. But it's just like a personal thing. So we see actually a Sigismar talking about Sigismar not being watchable like all the time. I mean, the first Sigismar that we're seeing is on round 6. I hope they never do crossovers.
Meanwhile, the entirety of Altered is like a crossover with like human normal fantasy lore. Yeah. Regardless,
maybe one time we will see one of us being as a card, because if this is like related to persons,
you never know. Maybe our world champion, but you never know.
Oh, that would be funny. That would be amazing.
This game is, I think, actually starting out really well for the Afanas player.
Yes.
Notably, they had a couple good things happen for them. One, Sigismar's opener was just a single card, and sometimes those are the weaker openers from Sigismar. It was an Ortis Attorney, which often is a really nice piece for getting some card advantage, but as it stands, they were able to progress only on that one side. A weakness of a card like Hathor, which was played out by Afanas, is the fact that it does have that 0 stat in the Water Expedition, meaning that it's often not a super good choice for day 1. For example, especially if you're playing Fen, where you don't have that native hero ability that boosts it up. But the Hathor was paired with that spell on the day 1 to make sure it was large enough to go over that Ortis recruit token and guarantee that they would be the only person progressing on that hero side. So things starting out pretty well for them there, and then just able to return that magical training back to hand. It's really nice opener for Afanas, I think, and then turning that into a unique as well. Sigismar has their work cut out for them.
It's true. It's just like a general amazing thing to seeing a Sigismar being on the top table, almost getting like the chance of getting undefeated going into round 7. But right now it seems hard, and just like using the teamwork training directly seems like, okay, I don't want to have spent time with those stuff. It's still like the fact that the Mona Caregiver could be played out again, and also potentially just like another spell to getting the spell back. But it seems like a good spot in general for Sigismar to saying like, okay, placing down the Ortis Attorney right now, potentially being able to progress, maybe to block with the Ortis Attorney and whatever Mona Caregiver is getting. So it's basically let's see how this will end and how Winko actually would decide. And Cole, you're right. Otherwise, does crossover really, really good, because those crossovers feel like natural, right? So it feels like natural that like specific cards or names being represented. And okay, we see the Off You Go. That's amazing, and actually getting it back. And this is like really hard for Sigismar, knowing that there is like an Off You Go being already there, and also being the starting player. It's still hard, and figuring out how to work against that.
That
Yes.
was a really nice turn for Afanis, but I have to say as well, it's actually a very heads-up play from the Sigismar that they did just fire off that teamwork training onto the non-fleeting Muna caregiver, despite the fact that they'd know that the Afanis player would then just be able to replay it and then play a follow-up spell. This is a massive change, as in that play would be completely like criminal to make if Helping Hand was still a card. There's a good chance that a Faunus player at this point, having played a couple card advantage spells, does have at that point a Helping Hand otherwise, and if you go for that line, you will just simply lose to that card over time. But yeah, the Sigismar doing a good job of recognizing that that is not a threat, especially post patch. So they instead just fire off a very inefficient looking teamwork training, but sometimes that's just what you have to do in order to get rid of these uniques before they can completely take over the game. So solid lines.
Yeah, agreeing on that. And actually, he comments, Aurish is Toronto no matter where he is on the board. Kyoko says, I'm waiting for Jesus in Ordered. I think he's in the public domain. I'm sure it would go without any drama. And then he comments Wonder Regions to wine. People already got upset about things like Ganesh. But I mean, actually, if it's getting represented, I mean, the most amazing thing beside the game that we're actually seeing for our Afanas is like that I love that actually also just like our like creator or designers behind the cards, right? Actually always telling a story. And I mean, if you have someone that already just like said, hey, I want to draw Ganesha and creating like a story with that card, right? Right? There shouldn't be like someone actually that's saying like, hey, I want to do similar as like Jesus or like anything else from a specific religion, right? So this is like maybe why I feel like those crossovers, if you can say like crossovers, feel so natural because you actually see like this was not especially draw because there is like a Autored X Spider-Man crossover or Autored X whatever crossover. It's like here's someone that wants to create a card and then he's drawing it and he's saying like, okay, this is the card, right? And that's like maybe right feels so natural for me and amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So would be awesome to see. Maybe there are like so many sets upcoming, but talking about that, the Mage Dance are also coming.
Much before the Mage Dancer was the fact that the Sigismar did take the off turn and set up the Monolith, the Ortus Bastion. This is definitely the preferred way of playing the deck now that Grand Endeavor has received a functional errata in the change for how you can win the game via progression on the Tumult. So because of that, virtually all of these Sigismar decks now defaulting back towards the Monolith. We used to see this much more commonly in especially, I'd say, previous metas. Grand Endeavor was probably the dominant one for the last little while, but we're back to Monolith. And definitely makes sense setting it up there, especially on these turns where Afanis was looking to be pretty strong to begin with. And now we did see here that another unique ended up being played out by the Afanis, but it did meet the unfortunate end here of getting sabotaged away by an Ortus Spy. Notably, the rare Ortus Spy. This is a build around featuring the Monolith. This for 2 mana from reserve with a Monolith out, it just puts so much pressure in terms of stats, and it's just a good sabotage effect otherwise.
It's just like nothing to add on that, but it's also nice to see like actually this Hafer. I never thought of like in Hafer, like in Afanis this before. But it's actually amazing because right now you can just like simply put the Hafer just like to use as a discard. Then afterwards, just like using the magic training again, and afterwards always again. So this is potential of like 1 to 2 to 3 cards and to 4 cards out with the Mage Sensor. But now the field reinforcements were getting played, so we will see an Orders Recruit actually just like getting in touch and choose 1, but being able to choose 2. But I would say the Magic Training, okay, just like simply get played again. And I have the feeling that there's like another Magic Training on hand. Or just like passing it by, getting the Mage Dancer back to hand for the upcoming turn, so it's not getting sabotaged and not getting fleeting. I mean, it's a nice workaround for the Helping Hand. Just to think about it. So guys, we never just like needed Helping Hand, right? So, I mean, here you can use the fleeting losing for free if it's just like turning it back to the hand, right? Or I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the really notable thing about this Hathor build
Yeah,
specifically is just that it is that helping hand.
yeah,
It's a weird way of constructing it, but it totally makes sense, especially just given how dominant these uniques are from the
yes.
Ephanis game plan.
Ooh.
Spell return uniques are absolutely absurd. You'll also notice that these uniques are not ones that have anchored, like some of the spindle harvesters that we see in many cases, for example. Of course, them being Muna caregivers means they do have that support ability that can
Yeah.
potentially give other things anchored, which will
Oh.
typically, with a deck like this, be a Katagirian Mage Dancer. But otherwise, they need ways of keeping these important uniques around so that they can really leverage their main game plan strategy. Hathor does an awesome job of that. It's a good reset.
Yes, and the Helver just like get used with the magical training that I was thinking before the Mage Dancer. So just like a progression, just like take a look on the Radar Tusk, the little red that's being here. If you control one or more landmarks, create 2 Orders Recruit Soldier tokens in each of your expeditions. So with the starting turn, just like having the Radar Tusk and also having the Order Spy, that's a lot of characters that just like going up without even just like a token spammer in general being in there. And
Yeah, but
so,
like that Ratatosk can look incredibly strong, especially with the monolith
yeah.
out in play. But the fact is, it's going to be like 5/5/4 in stats essentially on
Mm.
one of the sides. Okay, it's going to be a little different than that, but sort of regardless, I don't think it matters much. The Sigismar is going to have to commit everything to the board before Ephanis really has to commit to their game plan.
That's
And
actually true.
a
Yeah.
single Mage Dancer from reserve for 1 mana here, there's very high chances they will simply be able to go over on one of these sides, completely regardless of how strong that
Hmm.
unique is.
And the Outer Spy just got a Ray. So another card that needs to play out in is the Field Reinforcements. Actually, considering to that, right now it's like, actually, guys, it's really weird because I would never say that the week before, but the chance that Sigismar is playing from behind, it's actually higher than now, ever, at some certain point. Also because instead of taking off the Grand Endeavor and just like progressing, you need to play like the Monolith, and then you just like need to just like pray on the upcoming turns that this is like a working out as it seems like now. So the field reinforcement actually makes sense. I'm coming off like I cannot access tournament chat anymore because I dropped. Did someone have a question? Actually, it would be amazing to see this. If you could give like rights to see like in general the tournament chats. But I believe, and I'm it's just like sad to say that, but I don't know how many requests Board Games Arena got for several changes for the tournament system, and I never heard like anything got implemented, like anything. So it is what it is, right? So seeing the Mage Dancer actually getting an additional boost and also getting it again is pretty amazing. So a lot of cards still going on, and still if our Sigismar would be able to double progress this turn, what I still think is like, hey, 1 mana, like a potential of any other spells that our Ephanis could play right now. For example, Deep Beauty Sleep. It's just like the fact that our Sigismar needs to sacrifice almost everything of their resources to just like get to this point, and even not being fully finished with that, just like the fact of the Beauty Sleep coming out, the Foundry mechanic is just like going into the sleep, wake up for the next turn, and it's just like 1 progression left. And if Saban now is playing the Small Step Giant Leap, this would be just like funny.
Yeah, indeed.
That would be so funny.
That would
I
be
want to see it at
particularly
least
rude.
once. Yeah, I want to see it at least once. That there's
I
like a small
also
step.
I also just want to note, though, for some of the newer players, you might actually wonder why
Yeah.
are you keeping around the Foundry mechanic as the Ephanis player, choosing to Beauty Sleep the Foundry
Yeah.
mechanic rather than one of the Orders Recruit tokens when the Foundry mechanic is actually stronger on one of the sides that the Ephanis is looking to contest on this turn. The reason why you do something like this, especially in these later stages of the game, is that Sigismar can run out of resources a little bit. And one of the things that they very much like to do in the later stages of the game is sequence their turns by playing out something cheap from reserve whenever they have that option. And so essentially, by sleeping this Foundry mechanic, it prevents Sigismar from using a sort of after you effect just by playing out that Founder mechanic again for 1 mana from
Yeah.
reserve. So it's very much one of these strategic lines, so that you give the Sigismar as little flexibility as possible in reacting to the Afanis's game plan here.
And also just like to see like the direction gameplay, it's just like the Autostruber getting played out on the hero side at 1 cost. So we see another Foundry mechanic actually getting played out, and just like good for our Afanas right now, because it's just like one expedition that just like need to progress. Still got like the Beauty Sleep on there. Still got like plenty of other cards like the Mage Dancer surely to take this game to an end. And I would say if there's like not any removal left for our Sigismar on hand, this would be actually really, really hard to facing that. We see the Monolith Legate, alright, getting on the companion side. And I have the feeling that there is like either a teamwork training or a tiny shell as the last card for now. So yeah, but let's see. And
Yeah,
then Wrath to a
could
Flame.
definitely be.
Okay.
Moth to a Flame is a good one in that it is a spell and adds to the board in the form of its own character. It's
Yes.
going to be nice here as well. Yeah, Zabin makes a beautiful decision choosing where to stack the stats, as in they are not going to try to play for that Katagirian Mage Dancer at Dusk effect. They're instead just boosting or splitting the boosts around their team. And yeah, this line is perfect. It will win here, and off you go. Of course, just seals the deal. Additionally, not that we were really worried about that. It's just they played in a way that even if there was somehow an extra card from Sigismar here, it still wouldn't be enough. So yeah, well done.
So hey, Sabin, being the first player that went undefeated into round 7, just need to save the spot another time to make sure of that. And I'm so happy that I've made Sabin through the Discord, and now he starts to playing on the A.W.O.L, on the HQC, also on the NUC if you got time to, because as you can see, guys, it's an amazing player. And I always love if I see like German players getting represented in the online tournaments, getting good results for that, because I don't know like many players actually that from Germany that are playing like regularly on tournaments, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, if you just like watch through other countries. So of course, besides Saban, I would say there is like many people from the bootcamp Autorit, right? Like Kai Snow, just like also Justin Basil, that just like was your phone chat, maybe still like in the stream at some point. Did I forget any German player? I know there's like someone named Swordinator that it's always been like in the top 50 of like that's being like almost like in the top 50 of the leaderboard, but I never saw Swordinator in the tournament before. I never saw it before. But it was the first player that reached the first place, right? They should start playing more online. Online other is great. Yeah, that's actually the main reason, because I can chat like from my side of like Dresden or Saxony. So we have actually like really many players, and it's showing Autorit. But for them, it's actually basically it's a family board game that they are playing. So they're buying the products, and then maybe they're playing some online games just like out for fun. But besides that, they're all playing just like offline, because it's like the preferred way in general to play, because it's not a big thing to play online board games, I would say. So I know that if I have friends asking me to play a certain board game, we always prefer to make time in real life and make sense, right? Instead of playing online. But yeah, I see more and more German players actually joining in. Also, like from my local, what is really amazing. But I don't know how it is like in Switzerland. But I think like more of you playing online than local-wise, right? You don't have like that many locals, right?
It's no, and not only that, but it's also it really depends on the language region. Because Altered is a little bit more popular in the French-speaking areas, of course, and there are some players from France that do also travel in for events in Switzerland, from my understanding. Down in the southwest part of the country. So yeah, but German-speaking Switzerland doesn't have too much. There's a couple players who did play locals here who did start playing online, who were, I think, largely playing Axiom, actually, which was pretty sweet, having run into them at locals. But yeah, otherwise, it's been a little rough in German-speaking Switzerland.
Okay.
And I can't speak for the Italian part of the country either, unfortunately.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. I mean, for us, it's still like in general in the eastern part of Germany, like Turin, Saxony, also not Berlin, but especially like on those places, especially on Saxony, where like Dresden is like. In general, it's really hard for a card game to actually growing or getting much amount of players. It's actually a surprise if you have like a certain card game that's going pretty well in some areas from us, because it's not a thing to actually playing those TCGs, right? So I'm happy. So I mean, beside One Piece, that's like being on the store, we're also playing Auto Red, getting like the gold status. It's like the highest status before you're getting like an official store for Bandai. Got it recently because there are like tournaments with over 50 players, but those are like all players from Dresden. Like, and we got over 500,000 people living here, right? So it seems like many people, right? But if you're thinking of like this is like only one store and this is like the highest player amount, it's still like really small, right? And it's also like for auto red. I mean, we still got like sometimes 16 to 20 players if we have like a good day. But compared to how many actually playing the game, it's like it's like not that much. But I'm excited for every player that's joined in, and I mean less players means it's like a small family that meets each week, right? But even like the crazy big rates card games, actually I'm joining in table 16. Beside that, before I stop, it's just like, oh, Nevenka mirror matchup, whoo! But it's already getting to an end, maybe. It's just like that. Also, just like a Magic or a Lorcana or a Pokemon also get like easily up to 30 to 40 players. But it's not like that we have like 10 stores that providing those players. It's actually only like this one store that got all players, and it's like players from all along the side. So there are like many players that also started driving like 1 hour to play in the store because there's like not any other store that's providing the card game. So yeah, we're a small community, but actually we know each other really well from every card game, and we make sure that we take like a show off for everyone. It's like amazing. So it's like a big small family. like a big, you know, mafia family. Not just kidding, so if they're like a new card store that wants to play like a game, they need to pay. Just kidding, guys.
So, believe it or not, this is not simply the altered adjacent talk show here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention as well, I believe Zaben had already qualified themselves for the AWOL Invitational this Saturday, but if they hadn't, they would have punched their ticket by winning that game for sure. I believe they're entirely guaranteed at this point, not just to be top 16, but I think like top 8 or something. Actually, no, if they lose, I think they should be like top 5, something like that.
Yeah,
regardless,
like
almost certainly first or second place. It's most likely, but not at all guaranteed, and we will have to see them defend their undefeated spot in the next round. Because if they do lose again, they could, despite being the last undefeated player, entirely based on tiebreakers, drop from that first place slot. So of course they want to finish it out strong, and yeah, I'm assuming they're going to give that their best shot. And yeah, we will be jumping into that as soon as round 6 concludes here. And so then it will be one more full round from us over here.
Yeah.
And again, for anyone who's joined in the meanwhile since we last mentioned it, I am Kelan Guy, of course, joining Pandy Andy, who is our wonderful host for today, bringing you week 15 of AWOL Season 2 Monday event. Wednesday's event is the last event of the regular season before the Invitational on Saturday. So again, if you are not qualified for the Invitational, play on Wednesday. Oftentimes the player registration numbers have been lower, so it might be your even better chance for qualifying yourselves in for Saturday's event, which is going to be super awesome. So yeah, join in.
Yeah, nothing to add on that. But we can just like join another game if like round 6 is not our... Oh, it's finished. Woo. Oh no, it's not. Nope. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I
believe Puppyet is still comboing out Sigismar player.
I want to see that. All right, so I mean, every time I'm seeing Sigismar being like in this spot right now, I want to actually going back to Sigismar and playing. because I have the feeling of like I still got like a way that Sigismar can be super good. But those are the things where I also thought that I know how to play Nevenka. And lost almost like I remember when I sit like on 400 elo and lost almost everything down to 100 when I continued to play Nevenka on my account. So I'm a little bit like more, secured of things that I want to do. I also tried out a roll a dice fan deck list that was horrible. it was not good, guys. It was not good. But now
We
I'm
have
also testing a roll deck list.
2 tables left.
I mean, we can go to table 42, Tilipapu and
Yes.
Damian. Yes. And
Love watching-
yes.
Oh boy, what is this? It's the hostage. Oh,
It's
oh
the
boy.
hostage.
But it looks like Fen is crushing it.
Yes.
And yeah, single progression made by Waru. Of course, that was not a Waru deck built to progress. So, yeah.
There are 2 others now.
Oh wait, actually no, wait. Okay, I misunderstood because of the weird new system for when you actually win the game. I thought that Tilipapu had already won the game there, but no. What had indeed happened is Waru is successfully hostaging, at least successfully enough to prevent a win that day from Fen. This deck is particularly weird, Pandy, and I know one of our teammates, another German, is a particularly big fan of this deck in Runefolk. What can you tell us about this Hostage Waru deck?
I mean, beside the fact that the rare chance that Rune is writing me is only because he want to have my Robin Hood, that he considered to be the best unique for the Waru. So, guys, if you want to have it, the personal amount for this card goes around 1,000 euros because I love this card too much. But we said, let's go! Runefolk joined in. But what I can actually say is like this deck always like there was like before like those Kisha deck lists, right? Where you're doing like this hostage thing of like hostage using the celebration day, and then Runefolk just like came up and was like, yeah, you can do the same with Varu basically. And Plukas Kretz is much better. Don't trust Panty. Rune, don't listen to him. Don't listen to this guy. So anyway, so as you can see, all of the plan of this hostage deck is just like, for those who don't know what is like hostage meaning in a TCG way, it's like you actually don't want to play, especially for a win. What you actually want to do is like either saving enough time to going maybe into a draw, but it's like not possible on Board Games Arena, but on the other side playing as long as you can and just like running out. There's like a winning condition for Waru, it's the Grand Endeavor, that's still being okay to play for that, right? But for more details, it's just like Runefolk could tell a lot of that. But I would say I would be so interested to see a Waru actually in any World Qualifiers, because those decks is like, remember back, I was like playing Pokemon a lot, and there was like a deck it called Snorlax Stall, and this was similar. You just like played a specific card, the Snorlax, and then you just wait until your opponent was out of cards. And because Pokemon don't have like that many discard stuff from the deck or hand, you actually just like wait the whole hour that you had to play, or just like the 55 minutes, that your opponent is run out of anything. And this is like similar to that, so it's really frustrating to play against it, but it's always nice to watch. I know a story where a specific guy that's sitting here actually missed his turn twice because someone was actually playing the hostage deck list on a specific tournament, on a specific event. But I don't know who it was, but someone here who's talking.
The worst part is you encourage Rune to play Hostage Waru.
Yeah, actually.
So you're totally at fault.
Yeah, it was not my fault. No. No.
See, the thing that's really interesting here as well is that this is very likely to come down to time in the round as well. Both players now under a minute left on their clock, despite playing at a pretty breakneck pace even. This game has gone very, very long. But the thing that's really critical and really strange, especially with that time dynamic, is the fact that the Fen player does need to commit to the board again and again and again.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if they don't, Waru will simply instead try to progress on those expeditions if they have characters that are not bureaucrats, at least.
Yeah.
And if they're then able to do that, they will just close out the game very quickly, especially because they also have the Grand Endeavor. So, yeah, again, Fen does need to continue to commit.
As you can see right now, it seems like a drawer actually just like wants to prevent, yeah, our fan for just like progressing. I mean, there's still like those 5 mana left, but there's still like, I mean, what potentially else could you play? Ooh. So it seems like that our fan can take the game. Amazing, amazing. I mean, if there's like any win that you would like celebrate is if you win against the hostage deck. Because at some point, this is like even the worst part. Even if you know like after a certain point that you can't win against it, and because there's like a almost looping mechanic of like Easy Talk celebration state that coming out, right? There's still like the thing of like you don't want to actually just like forfeit the game because you're like, oh man, I did it like for such long time. I don't want to FF right now. This would be not the case. So yeah, Deming, you can just
Yeah, Damien was the player playing the celebration day, but I think there Tilly Papu's Fen proving that she does indeed know how to party. So yeah, celebrates
yeah,
straight to the win there in that game. I have a feeling they're feeling very happy about that. It
yes,
feels good when you do manage to successfully dismantle the hostage there,
yeah,
because yeah, not many people enjoy being taken hostage.
yes.
It's just one of the realities of this. Regardless, we are now into our final round of Week 15, Monday's AWOL Season 2. Yeah, again, it's the last Monday event before the finale, the Invitational
Yes.
on Saturday.
So right now we can still join table 1 for normal against Saban. So we can see if Saban will just like continuing having the undefeated spot for that. So let's jump directly in if it's loading. But during the time that is loading, guys, just like again, a small reminder for those who joined in new that on this upcoming Sunday there will be the Whispers from the Maze Demo Deck online tournament on BGA. It will be an A.W.O.L X Equinox tournament that will happening on 4 p.m. On CET will be the registration on Thursday, the 21st May on 4 p.m. On Sunday, it will start on 4 p.m. It will be a standard best of 1 format, 8 threads found into a top cut. If you're being one of the 6 people that actually finished it on the top spots, you're getting 20 whispers from your mates promo boosters, and this is like a lot. This is like those promo boosters you're getting like if not even if you're playing like 3 months straight, like in any local, right? And also 6 whispers from your maze boosters. So join in, take your friends with you, family members, whoever said like, hey, we want to meet up on Sunday, and you're saying like, hey, I have a perfect plan for that. I mean, it's like you can play Broad Games Arena on like any device. So if you want to just like relax on a sunny day on Sunday, just like in a park or just like on a sea or anything else, you can just like take out your phone, tablet, or whatever and play during that time, right? I mean, it's like amazing. I would do it. I would do it. But the 21st one, oh no, this said the registration starts. It's like on Thursday. It's standing here on 4 p.m. CET. I'm sorry, maybe Trapstar it will be updated.
And
Oh,
Andy,
okay.
please go into the game,
Oh, the game
please.
is already started. Just say it, just say it. I didn't know that. Yeah, we're going into the game, guys. But if I have to advertise something amazing like that, I'm sorry. But
We
seeing
had
amazing
a
things.
back and forth opener, or the classic like zigzag as we call it, where players end up playing onto opposite sides. And interestingly enough, I was mentioning earlier at one point we did see a Lindaway player playing a common Baba Yaga. That is actually the version of Baba Yaga that Zaben is also choosing,
Yeah.
the one undefeated player still left in the event. So that's particularly interesting, and that was I guess much less common than I guess we're seeing it now, which
Yeah.
is pretty neat. But overall, this is the Aphanis Mirror. Pandy, can you tell me? I think everyone's thinking it. Aphanis took a big nerf with the Helping Hand getting removed functionally.
Yeah.
Is this still just the best deck?
I mean, if I would compare it like to other tournaments that getting hosted, right, and we see like a finance being in action, I don't know if it's like the best deck right now. You know, there's like similar other decks that could just like defeat Afanas Reducer. I mean, there's like a reason that Afanas would be on the top deck. But I would say like it's just like the fact of like that players. I think it's like during the nerf with like the small step. I would say there was like a potential like many players that played Afanas in general, right? Because it was a deck that you could like get easy assets if you have like the certain uniques, right? And then just like playing, and then just like many people were relying on the small step. But when the small step change came, I saw like a moving from like some players that saying like, oh, Afanas is not more a way to go, but actually the like more I would say professional Afanas players actually already dropped like most of the time the small step and didn't even play it like before the patch. So I have the feeling of like people trying out new stuff, and for me it was like actually not a nerf for Afanas in the way of okay, there is like a win condition that's getting removed. For me it was just like an upgrade because Afanas right now can rely on so many other amazing also cheap card spells that actually just like sticking totally perfectly to the plan. I mean, still the helping hand getting suspended, but I would say beside the fact that you could like do some crazy stuff with the helping hand, it's still like hurting, right? But as we can see, the helping hand is not actually like the worst part that's getting suspended or removed it for a certain time. So I would say Afanas is still for now for set 2 being in an absolute amazing spot because there are like so many cards that you can play out. It's either like throwing, it's either like boosting up, it's either like putting something to sleep, removing something, sabotaging. So you have like everything that you can do. We have just like on Afanas. So he's actually just like providing everything that like any other deck is doing, but instead of like missing something, Afanas still having it. It's even just like the cards being like cheap costs, right? Or like low on stats, you can just like boost it up. It's like always like the case that those cards never standing on this 1/1/1. So I'm thinking like Afanas being in the top spot and also Sabin being good right now. I mean, there is still like the Rhyme Frost sitting there on the upper Afanas Ramono. So let's see.
Yeah, the thing I was going to note as well is the fact that I think the worst matchup for Afanas was frankly Sigismar, and Sigismar also got hit pretty significantly with nerfs, which meant that there's just fewer Sigismar players now, which means Afanas will again perform a little better.
Yeah.
But yeah, regardless, this game has been going so far in Zabin's favor. This has both been the classic, like, yeah, you have uniques and your opponent doesn't while playing a snowball deck. And I say snowball in the sense that Afanas is a deck that wins harder and harder if you cannot interact with their uniques. And in this case, they had exactly that. But not only that, also Katagiran Mage Dancer, which is also its own snowball. Both of those things snowballing completely in the favor of Zaben, who is now ahead on both card advantage and on the tumult by 2 expeditions. Romomo trying to fight back a little bit here with their own Katagiran Mage Dancer. But yeah, they have their work cut out for them, and they're going to struggle to get enough boosts onto the Mage Dancer as well in order to draw cards off of it.
Yeah, totally agreeing on that. And this was actually just like a nice play of the whole turn from Sabin with sabotaging the Flammer instant of the Rhyme Frost, because there was like the thing of like, okay, I will sabotage the Flammer, potentially like the hardest thing that you can hit on a fan is actually the characters, because if you don't have like any characters to boost, then your 2000 spells on the deck actually getting like useless at some point. That actually just like focusing on the Flammer, then continuing with playing the Magic Ethereum, where he knows like, okay, it's either just like sitting anyway in my deck, or it's sitting like anyway in my reserve, so it's okay that it's getting exhaust. But with the slate of hand right now, totally perfectly just like crushing it out the turn, just like also playing a beauty sleep to that. Okay, so it's just like a double progress again, and being able with the Haver to just like getting a card back. And I would say this is like just like the beauty sleep again, because with that, it's almost like that Sabin can perfectly just like running it out. And I'm so happy for Sabin. Because I remember when I make him like a schedule of every tournament, because he actually didn't have like any clue that tournaments are happening on Board Games Arena. He was playing on them, but he didn't know like how it's like working. Sometimes I have the feeling that people don't scroll under, so like on the end of the page. So I'm happy that he's joining in, and it seems like pretty good for him to actually winning the A.W.O.L. And I hope that Sabin also getting like a really good spot in the Invitational, because of course me as a German, I'm always cheering like for German players. So it's amazing, but still our other Afanas Romano still got like the chance of taking like a return. But I mean, with like the second mage, whew, it's still hard. It's still being hard for our Sabin to actually take that. What would you say as a former Afanas player? Also, actually, for those who don't know, Kelan won the first Invitational with an Afanas, and I would say you would be like the first player that played like the Spindles with Leave the Expectation Zone. So if you want to find out the reasons why they got so expensive, say hello to Mr. Manipulating Guy.
Yeah, notably, I actually
Yeah.
feel really comfortable in saying
Yeah.
right now that
Mhm.
I started saying it just after that tournament back then.
Yeah.
That those Leave the
Yes.
Expedition Spindles, they were thought of
Yeah.
as being like tier 2 uniques for the Afanas deck,
Yeah.
but they were in so many situations actually just better than the At Dusk Spindles, which were thought as being so much better because
Yeah.
they just play so much better into removal. And the interesting thing at this point, now that Helping Hand is gone, playing really well into removal is the most critical dynamic of these Afanas uniques with the spell return effect, making me feel very comfortable in saying at this point, Leaves the Expedition Zone on Afanas is probably the most critical timing condition for that effect.
Yeah.
Highly recommend it. They are so good.
And also remember, like, if we were chatting after the Invitational, like in our team chat, and everyone was just like saying, okay, they were increasing. And then not even like
Yeah.
1 day later, there were like Spindles for Leaving the Expedition Zone for like, I don't know, 50 euros. You're just like going up to the marketplace next day, and then there was like a 3 before the 5 or like a 4, and then everyone was also just like typing like the stuff that we told before, like, yeah, they are like so much better than at the At Dusk effects, just like thinking of that and stuff like that, and you're like, oh boy.
Yeah, it was frustrating because I couldn't even upgrade my own set.
Yeah, yes, it was amazing. But now I would say I've got like some spindles actually for around 65 to 70 euros.
Yep.
Like 2 costs for Leaving the Expedition Zone. So there is still like a
Unplayable.
chance of getting the unplayable.
I'm
Guys,
joking.
guys, they're
Clearly, as is
unplayable.
proven
Please.
by the
Yeah.
other player here in this finals, being playing a 2-cost spindle that not only doesn't have just the when I leave the expedition zone, it is the when I go to reserve from the expedition zone, which is pretty hard. But I at least for them, it is the arrow anchor, and it does have a useful support ability, which is pretty sweet. But yeah, no, when I jokingly say unplayable there, I think the key dynamic is exactly what I was mentioning before, how important it is to be playing well around removal and just make it bad for your opponent to have to play a removal spell into your uniques right now. You can no longer just loop things with Helping Hand infinitely, and for that reason, you need to make it as miserable as possible for your opponent to be able to play 2-cost removal and go after your uniques. And the best way of doing that is having your uniques cost 1. It's tough out there.
I mean, it seems like a GG, so Sabin actually got it. And I'm not sure, maybe someone in the chat can help out, but is Sabin actually the first German player who went undefeated on any AWO tournament? Could it be?
I have no idea. You would know better than me. I'm
highly sure it
particularly.
is. I'm highly sure he is the first player, because I would remember that, but he should be the first player that actually went undefeated for at least the second season. And this is like amazing. Good representation. So I remember like when the invitations for like all the qualifiers for the Worlds got announced. So congrats on Sabin, first of all. There were like actually people that saying like, oh, already this or that player is moving to Germany for that qualifier. There will be like no any German player that is winning this. But I'm like, hey guys, we still got like strong players, not maybe like players like in France, like 200 of them, but we still got singly like some players of them. So I went undefeated on a Wednesday, but 7 is, I think it's the first German. I don't want to blame on the Wednesday tournaments, but it's like a difference if you're playing against 15 people or like a little bit more, right? So you know what I mean with that group fight. But also congrats on that, because I mean, even if you're playing only like against 8 other players being undefeated after like those many hours, it's still like something, you know. It's still like a thing. A
You
good
know,
thing. Yeah.
while we're
Yeah.
doing self-congratulation here, it was
Yeah.
also Swiss players who won the first major physical in-person tournament, and then
Yeah.
also the first really major online invitational with the AWOL Invitational Season 1. So you know, there you go. Switzerland's up there too.
I want to go to that after that, but I read it until you talking about that. Because I knew you would talk about it. Got you. No, but Wednesday is much trigger, that is for sure. I don't being like too deep into the Wednesday. I've quitted to play on Wednesday when the Monday AWOL came around. Actually, I was happy that like the AWOL Monday was going to start. And what did I do? I started to cast it, so I couldn't play. Guys, yeah. Sometimes when I play Culture on Wednesday, it is stronger. Okay. I guess Simon wrote this. So, but talking about the last rounds going on, ended up 6 round good enough. Yeah, still good enough. I mean, everyone that's like going 5-2, it's like amazing, right? Just like need to think. It's like crazy. So if you want, we can go to table. I'm searching for a player that we. On table 12, I was stuck against Benho. We didn't watch both of the players.
Yeah, but again, it's Izmir. We have Afanas versus Lindaway.
I have the feeling of like talking about Izmir in general. That actually, I have the feeling of like Izmir is getting the blue of Magic, and no one likes blue in Magic. Did you like blue in Magic? No, please say no. Please say no.
Sorta.
I mean, back in Commander, if you played like any color, you played like blue just like for the removals and counter spells. But it's just like for me similar to like Izmir, because if I'm trying out Izmir, the most thing that I love about it is just like maybe you don't have like the strongest characters that you can put directly into play. It's just like the fact that you're always getting like many stuff for around it. So just like remove it, drawing a card, getting something stronger. Even I realized that Izmir can actually anchoring cards. And I'm disappointed in the cast. Oh, I'm so sorry earlier that we didn't.
Yeah, it's because we didn't spectate Erlea, but honestly, that's Erlea's own fault because they were just winning way too fast for us.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah.
Should
Maybe
win
next
slower
time play
next
slower.
time.
Play slower next time.
No, a really impressive finish though. 6-1,
Yeah.
nothing to scoff at. And yeah, if that had been the invitationals, that would have made tops. So nice job.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, interestingly, this matchup, Afanos versus Lindaway, I've been chatting with a couple other Lindaway players, and I've heard again, actually, they feel at the moment that this matchup is actually pretty okay, like pretty good even for Lindaway. There being multiple tools now of dealing with Afanos and being a little bit or under a little bit less pressure, I guess, from some of the more crazy helping hand and small step giant leap game plans. Just interesting to see though overall. Different deck philosophies here. It's crazy watching the stats though tick up for both of these players.
Nothing to add on that. Definitely. So. Whoop.
Notably, there are some interesting uniques from the top Afanos player that are pretty different than what we've been seeing out of these other decks in comparison to just normal spell return. There is a Sneezer Shroom for 3 mana that draws cards at dusk,
Yes.
which oftentimes you can find cheaper ways of doing that if you are heavily invested into uniques, but overall, totally fine option. But really interestingly is the potentially recurring Hua Mulan unique at 4 cost that's also currently in the discard at the moment, with when I leave the expedition zone, you may discard target permanent. that is a huge sort of effect, especially when there's more and more permanents that are getting, spoiled from the new set. Whispers from the Maze. Lots of permanent stuff going around already, and I can only imagine that uniques that with that permanent discard will just get better and better. So
Yeah.
cool stuff, just very different from what we were seeing before. Of course, they do have a beautiful 1/1 cost Spindle Harvester unique with spell return though as well, and Izza leaves the Expedition Zone 1 with just a 1 boost restriction. So they do have one of those truly absurd things as well.
Yeah, talking on that, and actually Kyoto says that's no excuse. I mean, do we have something else? Let's think. Let's think.
I think in a really backhanded way, that's actually sort of a compliment that they're disappointed in the stream that we didn't go over to their favorite player, because that means they like our commentary. They want us to be talking about their favorite player,
Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the compliment.
Exactly.
Kyoko, thank you so much. But we're also forgetting to say, but if you want to have like a table just like getting featured in the stream, you can just like write it down, and then we're just like joining in. Yes. So we're seeing the Joyride actually going to the Mage Dancer, also to the another one. There's getting an additional boost, so a double progression actually for our fans after seeing like 2 billions of the of the moths just like sitting here. That's quite interesting. Also getting like 2 billion cards out of the draw. Whew, that's crazy.
Yeah, the one consolation prize here now for Lindaway is that they will keep around these Moth Lanterns, and they have now notably gotten rid of multiple Katagirian Mage Dancers, all of the copies of Magical Training, and all of the uniques from the Aphanis' deck. So, yeah, definitely the card quality at this point for Lindaway should be much higher. However, Aphanis has just more cards to work with, and so it's still a very precarious situation for Lindaway, especially where just one expedition progression would take it for Aphanis. But at least a lot of key cards are now gone from Aphanis' deck.
True. So let's see.
I think it's also worth mentioning how the replacement for Helping Hand from all of these decks now, we keep seeing it, it's Joyride. Helping Hand was so important not just because it removes fleeting, but one, it synergizes with Katagirian Mage Dancer additionally, in that it can immediately, for just one spell cast, put enough boosts on the Mage Dancer rare to enable the card draw effect at dusk. But then also, it's just a one-cost spell that does something pretty impactful. Yes. And it turns out you really need these cheap spells for Aphanis in order to make it work. So this does seem to be the replacement of choice for Helping Hand.
As you can see right now, the Lindy just like drew cheap after cheap passed by with the magical training, but for our fans, it's still like the fact of like, hey, it's like one expedition that I need to progress to win it. Still like the Mage Dancer sitting here. I'm not sure if like the off you go, seeing the Conjuring Seal, drawing additional 2 cards. So is there a chance of like, oh no, both Mage Dancers actually just like got put away? But we still got like the Sneezer Shroom and Spindle Harvester being there. Alright. So let's see how this will end. So we see actually the True Fire will be played out. So a sabotage on the Joyride. So there will be like not an infinite boost for our Mage Dancer, just like holding on there. So right now it's turn for the Aphanis, and let's see, we still got like the studio disabled. And to reduce any cost, we're still seeing like the off-you-go actually being placed down. So it's still like a potential for our Ababafanis player, Ben Hole, actually just like need to take care of those what is actually happening, because it's still the fact that if the 2 fairies getting sacrificed, we're seeing both Moth Lanterns getting activated, and so there's like a chance of actually saying like, hey, we just like remove the Mage Dancer. Right now we're seeing the Mana Moth, and I would guess, their boost will go on that, so to prevent those double off-you-go, actually from the hand and also just like from the reserve from our Lindy. And we see another cheap pass by, so I guess they want to play this off you go. It feels like that there is something coming, but let's see how this will be.
Yeah, as you mentioned, exactly. It's a beautiful way of stacking. Just you're putting all of your stats on the side that is the hardest for the Lindaway to contest, given that Maw has to go onto the companion side. And exactly as you mentioned, distributing the stats around so that if removal does come out, it is minimally impactful. Yeah, it's going to be hard here for Lindaway to find a way to deal with this. I think it's going to need some combination of Boom plus another card, I believe.
And seeing the off figure hitting the 2 fairy is such like amazing. So, but still like our Lindy, yeah, right now can just like create the mod, just like sacrifice the Moonlight Jellyfish. It's going back to the reserve out of the effect. If it's not fleeting, it's going back to the reserve. So there's like a potential of playing it out again, just like do a pass by and still using the off you go. It's still like the case that with that there is like not a potential chance of actually either getting like enough stats on Hero Expeditioner. I mean, for now, right now, it seems still like okay for our Afanas, but just like sitting on 1 mana, I don't know what this would be like doing. I mean, what it would be actually funny is like if there would be a studio disciple actually getting placed down on the hero side. So at least you're staying on this 5 stats. And there's like just like another Joyride, alright. So discarding the Conjuring Seal, getting the boost down, so both of them being on the... Oh! I mean, with that, is there a chance for our for our Lindy to getting over that?
Yeah,
oh,
it's
yes.
possible. Oh, that's a beautiful way.
Oh, okay. Never thought of that. So, okay. I mean, it's okay.
Okay, so let's reevaluate where we're at. So now Lindaway has found a progression and has prevented themselves from losing. I think the most critical thing here is whether or not they will have a way of dealing with this Mage Dancer yet again. If they do, that will be the last Mage Dancer, and then there should be no more of these really good priority cards from them. Meanwhile, though, Lindaway is also so low on resources now. Look at everything that they had to spend in order just to survive this day.
Yeah.
They will have 1 card in hand, and they'll draw up 2 more at the start of the day. And of course, they will have to then choose if they want to put mana, which I think is very likely at this point. They just might not. But yeah, it's going to be so tough. Interesting seeing what they're prioritizing here as well to keep around. They say that Isatok is very them. Totally understandable why that is. It's just a critical tool when you realize you cannot contest on one side, and it's something that Aephanis will have to constantly be thinking about as well, and that might make them distribute their stats a little bit strangely across their own board. So yeah, looks like it's going to be an interesting, probably final turn of the game, but it could go to a tiebreaker. Who knows?
Who knows that? Yeah, totally sure. And I mean, with just like sitting the easy talk right here, I mean, we don't see like any 2 fairy yet, just like being on the discard pile for our Afanas. So there's like still a chance that there's like a 2 fairy just like sitting on the hand to getting rid of this easy talk. I mean, oh, it's the only unique by far that got be played, so there's a high chance that there's still like other uniques relying on our Lindy, because both of the players getting closer and closer to just like reusing their deck again from the discard pile. So still like Aristarch, our Lindy player, needs to decide which card to mana. Will be a tough decision because everything is just like relying on what the Aephanis right now will do as a start off. And I mean, this is like such a close game. That's amazing.
Yeah, it totally is. It's super deceptive as well. It's just so funny because it's one of these dynamics where the Isatok, again, we keep mentioning, just does not get hit by so much of Aephanis' removal. And then there is this the ability that it has when played from reserve can actually be really impactful in these spots. It
Yeah.
is sort of pseudo normal spell return, but there we go. That is a way of dealing with that card. A exhaust here on a critical turn or critical day. That Isatok will not be a factor anymore. But good news is for Lindaway, they did keep all of their cards. They did not mana anything and choose to rely on that Isatok, because that Isatok was very unlikely to be sticking around, given that this is indeed a Nylum build of Afanis. So not only is
Yes.
there the Nylums, but also Rime Frost.
So, Okay, so, just like starting off with the Studio Disable, stick out like Team after Flame, and oh yeah, just like also playing out the Studio Disable, it just like passed by. I mean, right now you can play the Morph Lantern to the Studio Disables on the hero side to actually creating Morph Lanterns, Birth of this side right now.
Yep, that is
Seems like
indeed
that.
Moth.
Yeah.
It's interesting though, because with this line that Lindaway is taking, they did not choose to make Maw before that sacrifice. And that
Yeah.
makes me think that whatever is left in their hand that they're reliant on either will total 5 mana or will be a single big 5 mana play, potentially another Isatok, potentially removal like Blizzard, or something of that to that effect.
Yeah, it could be like that. So Sif needs to think about that. I mean, if we're seeing actually just like the Baba Ispas getting used, then we're surely seeing like, okay, there could be just like a mouse removal right there. Or just like Eva, as you mentioned, like another Easy Talk to prevent this. So let's see. And okay. We're seeing the Kraken's Wrath actually being played out. So all cards getting removed, but I think
This
that's not
loses
enough.
to what's on board. We see the Moth to a Flame already. For 2 mana, that's enough. It can make 3/3/3 in stats, and that
Or
will
just
go
like a
over
Beauty
anything.
Sleep.
Of course, Beauty Sleep is, just further rubbing it in. Still got all these is the classic line from, I believe, Magic.
Yeah.
And yeah, they have all the tools they need. They have removal, they have stats, they have additional characters to play. They've got it all.
So congrats on that. Just like a close game. And it feels like that this is actually was also like the last game, just like during the amount of time. I just like want to check what Aristark actually got left in his hand for the last 2 cards, because this would be quite interesting. Go into the game fast. And we can see, guys, hold on. We can see too many moves. And it's just like need to get loaded. Okay, the last card was actually a boom for our Lindy. So yeah, congrats on that. Oh wait, I need to go. Oopsie doopsie. Yeah. So actually, did the last round finished? Oh no, there's still like 1 table left playing. It's table 5. Oh, Adam, I know him.
Yep.
I know Adam. I've played against him recently. He's interested in my Autos Uniques.
And he is currently fighting it out in a
Yes.
tiebreaker here, playing against a Fen who managed to anchor both an Aloe Vera and an Anansi.
Yeah.
So very much with his work cut out for him.
Yes.
It's looking pretty good for Aganman's Fen here. But of course, on the other side of the board, there is the Monolith Ortis Bastion, meaning that there is some chance for Sigismar to really go wide, make lots of dudes, and hopefully for him at least, be able to distribute enough additional stats to overpower this crazy setup from Fen.
And true, just like to see on that there are like so many stats. So let's see what our Siki got left. This would be so interesting. No, Lindy actually didn't run, as Kelan said, sadly. And maximum time. Oh, so
which favors Aganman, who is almost certainly going to win this day anyway. However, Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to see the actual intended outcome of this.
But with that, the tournament is coming to an end. To again, thank you so much for joining in, either on the stream, either of playing, either of doing like the combined thing. As always, it was an amazing evening to only don't share with you guys, but also just like to with Kelan as well. So thank you so much for joining in to the stream that we can cast together. And Kelan, if you want, you can just like read out the spots if you want
Of
to.
course.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just go straight up from. Actually, I'm just going to read out our 5 and 2 and better finishers.
Yeah.
And so I'll start with rank 15, go up to first place. We have 15th place, 5 and 2, K by any name. Yeah, impressive showing there. Then Adam LTW, FUG's Clays, Sokoi, Brian Le Rodecoeur, Agite's Meltdown, DQ's Aganman 0, then Romomo, Popiet 2 Vo, AA Madri, and It's Rinku, all of our 5 and 2 finishers. Our 6 and 1s, we have Brepost, we have Erlea, and Altered Aces Clem. And lastly, of course, our final undefeated finisher, Zaben, 7 and 0, impressive Aphanis gameplay. What can you say? It was clean.
Just a clean gameplay. So congrats of everyone that maybe if not being in the Invitational yet, being it now, the next chance for going into the Invitational will be on the Wednesday A.W.O.L for like the American zone and everything between that. And for us, it will be on Thursday European time zone around 1 a.m. It depends on where you live, so take your chance. So you're being able to join in on Saturday. Also talking about Saturday, there would be like an around, if I did like correct, around like 7 to 8 hour cast, if I'm correct, right? So with many guests being represented there, or will be almost everyone that you saw like recently on the streams beside Kelan and myself. Also just like Tom will be joining in, of course, Blue and Kohlrabi, also the Real Cheer, also Cruz, aka Chili, will be joining in, and I don't know if also Sasha Simon wants to say something and anything else, but you can joining in. It will be start on like around 5 p.m. On the Saturday here on the European time zone, so don't miss that out. And afterwards on Sunday, the A.W.O.L X Equinox event with the demo deck, so check out the latest news from the Red website. Beside that, other tournaments that going on will be the NUC on Wednesday evening around 7 or 7:30. Afterwards, the last AQC Championship Series coming round. That is a tournament that's being hosted by our team, Red Quarantine Zone. If you didn't start this icon, I can make it a little bit brighter for you, so you can see it like bigger. So yeah, and beside that, yeah, still many other things going on. Watch the VODs. Kelan, do you have something to share for yourself, like a YouTube channel, Twitch channel, whatever?
No, I'm not in a self-promoting mood today. Again,
Okay.
I will just harp on. Yeah, if you're not qualified, Wednesday is your last chance. If you want to play in the Invitational on Saturday and you're not qualified yet, you gotta do it on Wednesday night, guys. I know if you're European, that's late in the night. The sacrifices that we have to make in order to win Invitationals. Let's go. That, and of course, do sign up for the demo decks from Whispers of the Maze Sunday. Even if you're not involved in the Invitational, it doesn't matter. Even if you've never played a AWOL before, if it's your first tournament online, do it. It should be a ton of fun. Super sweet prizes thanks to Equinox, so that's really cool. And again, just testing out some new cards. It's going to be super fun. Good little preview of the new set. And yeah, I'm super excited. And otherwise, even if you don't want to play in either of those events, there are going to be wonderful commentary folks, myself and Pandy Andy included, all throughout the weekend, especially on Saturday with a massive roster of a bunch of the different people that you know and love from various events from this past season. So that's incredibly exciting. And of course, as always, a big thanks to of course, Simon, the main figure behind AWOL, but of course as well Blue and Cole, who both of them are admins for AWOL and really make sure everything runs smoothly, even when Simon can't be around or can't do all of the
Yeah.
things. So, yeah, that's about it. I'm super
about it.
excited for this weekend, and otherwise, if you want to catch me before this weekend, I will be hanging out with Pandy and others for AQZ Championships on
Yeah. Twitch. Yeah, that's it. Nothing to add on that. So bye guys. Have a nice, great evening and a good sleep. Bye bye.